her a call again, and then she just added another phone number to the 13-year-old grandson who's possibly with the daughter. Step out with this.
2412.
Veteran crisis hotline's calling in, so they have a female veteran off her medication. She's over at the safe haven. Detective 12, cycle check that one out.
6 1 bullet, 2 1 start, 50 shots.
Officer still stands for talk? No. Offender in custody? Anyone else close by this result, let me know.
It's so good hearing that saxophone. I missed everybody. Good morning. Look at the new little background
Hello.
we got there with Rosie, live with Rosie, by the way.
Oh,
If you're not subscribed to Rosie, there's the link. Special guest, thank you. We had to get the live with Rosie on there. We got new layovers and stuff. Got new thumbnails. You can see them starting for today already.
looks good.
Thank you. Appreciate it. We're going to be talking Micah Miller this morning. We're going to be talking Sebastian Rogers tonight. Me and the old crew are getting back together for a show. Me and Busby and Narc Divers. We're gonna have a candid conversation about the updates, the searches, our opinions since we were there for our searches. Gosh, how long ago was it? 4 months ago, maybe? Something like that. 3 months ago?
Has it been that long?
Maybe 2.
Maybe
I
two.
don't know. The days all blend together anymore, you know?
Yeah.
All the travel and then all the work. Boots on the ground stuff. It's busy, you know, conversations and all that stuff in the background. And I appreciate you guys' patience because that was one of those trips where I had to, like, usually I have to crash for like a whole day after pushing myself that hard. But this trip with all that heat, all the heat over there, I had to like crash for a day and a half. So I had planned on getting on last night and I was just like, whoa, I need more rest. So I just did a bunch of more work.
It's understandable.
So
Yeah.
got a lot to get into today. I mean, I don't know how many tabs I have, and I still have more to get through after that. So we got a lot to get through today. Lots been coming out since the protest, and then the last couple days. What's up, ET? How are you? Good morning. A lot of stuff's been coming out. More victims. I don't know with who the hell is this Flow person? You know, when it like where like who are like I don't know. I'm confused. I'm just a little confused. It sounded like JP was confused. Now I didn't pay for the video, which, you know, I probably should, but at the same time it's like whatever. So have you watched it, Rosie? I haven't watched it at all. No. Has anybody watched it? Because the little clip that we saw, it was just him saying, well, usually these things are recorded. This is recorded, right? Well, yeah, this is recorded. And then it like, you know, a little teaser, you know? But then I also heard, I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong. I also heard like last night, he took his channel down now.
Apparently.
So you couldn't even pay the couple dollars to see the video anymore, or I don't know. But yeah, okay, here's Steph says Flo claims he was the one who broke the Micah story at the very beginning on TikTok.
Oh.
Well, hopefully he don't call in because I don't want him to get offended if I don't say thank you for your service, you know. in the middle of him saying something, you know, like when I'm thinking there's more. Yeah, I got these qualifications. I didn't know you broke the story first on TikTok. I'm not on TikTok. So I don't know. I mean, I am now, but I wasn't before. What's up, Scarlett? Traveler's Rest, South Carolina. I never heard of that. Traveler's Rest. Where's that? Good morning, everybody. Subscribers only, 99 cents. Oh, so we dropped the price? Or I mean, I'm not gonna pay for it. I'm just it's real. I mean, how long anybody that did see it, how long was the video? Like, was it an hour and 10 minutes. Oh, okay. It was 2 hours of the same rhetoric we've heard for 2 months, sprinkled with a few more lies.
Oh,
Why are you
well,
talking to why are you talking to Flo, JP? Damn, man. You, who knows? I mean, same shit, huh? And what? So JP claims that he's not getting any part of the money, right? So what is it going to his rapper fund or something or what? Well, yeah, you got to get studio time.
Yeah.
You got to studio time.
That's what it's for. Yeah.
Yeah. Studio time is expensive. Thank you for the hashtags. We'll be sharing the QR codes here in a minute, like we always do. Partly County here in Horry County. Mary Jory, what's up? What's up, Captain? I heard so many John Riches. I don't even know who John Rich is. Is that the country singer from Big and Rich or something? Isn't he like some kind of Trump stuff or something? What's up? I don't know. John Rich. Yeah, we got to highlight other content creators. So that's why I always say just come back in after 8 minutes. I've been telling everybody since the start of the show. Just come back in 8 minutes. We gotta highlight those other, Grizzly did a great job. Architect did a great job. Speaking of, I'm just coming across, sub them up. You know what I'm saying? We gotta highlight it's a community thing. Highlight other content creators. Just like Rosie, we got a screen up here. Live. Rosie.
Thank you.
It's about community.
Yes.
So come back in at the 8-minute mark and you'll be good. Yes. Yeah, awesome stuff.
Yeah.
Shout out ET. We might go through one of her videos today because there's a few that she put out. Speaking of, here's the link again coming across Stitch. Shout out Rosie.
Thank you.
July 27th, 3 months.
What's been 3 months?
I think since we searched for Sebastian, maybe.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you did say it felt like 3 months. But I mean, that's long.
Yeah, 4, 3, 2, I don't know. It all blends in together.
Yeah.
It really does. Sometimes I don't even know what day it is just because it all blends in together so much when you're so busy. You don't even have time to really think about what day it is because every day it's a work day. So it don't matter. Yeah. Is it a Tuesday? It don't matter. Still got to work on Sunday, Saturday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Monday,
right.
What's up, Busby? Shout out Busby. Be joining us this evening. He said his internet connection is a little choppy at the moment, so it might be one of those things where he has to come back in or whatever, but it don't matter. It's about community. We're about hanging out, and it's been a long time. Speaking of the Sebastian searches, it's been a long time since we all hung out and chatted it up. The last time we were together, we were standing there at a boat dock, and we were like, man, we're like totally shocked at all of the searches that have taken place at that point. There was no direction whatsoever since the first day that he was reported missing. And, it was really shocking, really, because a lot of land searches. We did a lot of searches on the water. Even me and Narc Divers went out and did some work for Riley Strain down in Nashville a weekend or two after that. Shout out Narc Divers. We went down there, did some work. Very interesting. when it came to all the homeless encampments that were up and down that whole river, and learning how, with the conversations with the community and stuff, and that know about that, about the hierarchies and how they transfer people from one location to another depending on uh, them coexisting, and it's just a crazy thing going down there. And it's when the first day you show up and every day that you're there, when the community's warning you about how dangerous it is, and they're fed up because the the downtown boardwalk district is like, let's keep it at a low hush hush so it doesn't affect tourism, and the tourists don't know just a block or two from those bars you're walking in a totally different place,
Yeah.
and they don't even know. They just walk around intoxicated, feeling like they're safe, going for a beautiful summer walk, when really they don't even know that they're walking into a dangerous situation. So shout out to Narc Divers for linking up after the Sebastian stuff so we could continue to do stuff for communities. Really appreciate it. Good morning. Good morning. All right, let's share some of these QR codes for you. That way you can scan them, take a QR code, share it with your friends. And so I have decals, and I think we'll be doing one tomorrow. Let me see. Tomorrow night, I believe we'll be doing a Micah Miller show. So I'm gonna give away 3 decals. There was 2 versions. We got one, Love Shouldn't Hurt, with the purple ribbon, hashtag Justice for Micah. And there's a way that you can order it. You can message her on Facebook. That's how she's taking orders. I think she said they're $10 a piece plus shipping, whatever it costs to ship them, which I think is just one stamp. It's not even really, it's not even, it doesn't even weigh that much. So I'll share her page with you, and then you just send her a message on Facebook for an order, and then that's how you place an order. And I'm not sure how because it's not my production, so I don't know how much it costs for the materials or where it goes. So that's something you'd have to ask her. I just know that she makes them, and that's how she's taking orders for the decals, is through the Facebook. The other decal is Her Fight is My Fight, with the purple boxing gloves and the purple ribbon in the middle. So I went ahead and I bought 6 of them. I got one for myself. I gave one to a family member. And then I have 3 of them that I'm going to give away. And then I'm going to keep an extra one for later on. So you guys, whoever has the chance, you guys will have a choice between one or the other whenever you win the decal. And then whatever's left is, because there's only a couple of each. So if 2 of them get picked, there's only going to be 2 of the other ones left, which means there's only 1 of the other one left. And so the third one will actually be just whichever's left from the 3. They didn't ship out shirts till July 15th. Thank you for the hashtags. All right. Oh, I'm sorry. I was covering that QR code here. Let me leave that one up for a couple seconds longer. So, yeah, I don't know what's up with this flow. There's deleted part 4 and 5 from Check My Church. So that'll be very interesting. So they were able to get the deleted sermon and they've been clipping it up in different parts. Shout out to them because they've been really digging into it. I don't care to watch the other people going into their video because I'd rather just watch their video and then have our own,
Yeah.
kind of dialogue or whatever. Um, and plus, if you like see some of the background of that person, it's kind of creepy. So I'm avoiding that channel altogether.
Yes.
Just do your research on people. That's all. Please take a screenshot, share these out with your friends. The easiest way to scan a QR code is a photo. And the easiest way to share information is with your phone. And then they can share it with their friends. So, F.First Academy we'll be talking about. We'll be talking about more potential victims from JP. I know it's not breaking news, but at the same time, with all the travel and then the rest, we're a little delayed on some things, but it's all good because we need to read it as well.
Yeah.
Good morning, Tiffany. I hope you're feeling better. I know she's pretty sick.
Don't know.
Yeah. And by the way, if you're not part of the Facebook group, we have a new Facebook group for you where we can all talk outside the show. If you'd like to join, there's the link. Is it going to pop up? There we go. Hope you feel better soon, Tiffany. All right. So we'll get to this photo here first. It says, "Whoa, that's blown up really big. Why is it doing that now? Something happened with Discord. Cuz now it's like, come on, that's just way too,
Yeah.
right? All right. Well, it says this is from Micah Miller Facebook group. Well, this is odd. True Crime reposted earlier this evening that the JP interview with Flo would be delayed by 5 hours due to production issues. I do remember seeing that. I think the video's taken down now. I don't know. One of the videos I had for you guys is taken down this morning, so I don't understand what it is. But what's even more odd, oh right, they have since then deleted that post. What's even more odd is they have deleted every single video that JP has ever given them to post. Literally all the videos JP made have now suddenly been deleted. Anybody know what's going on? What is going on?
Yeah. What is going on? Why?
I'm bummed.
That?
I'm bummed because with all the travel and all this other stuff going on, I didn't get to screen record the last 2 videos, so I'm bummed. I'm like, damn.
I'm
There
sure
I
someone.
go. Somebody got a screen record of the last 2 because I was bummed, man. I'm like, well, that teaches you, CJ. You need to freaking hey, screw that nap, from the heat. Screw the nap from the heat. Screen record that crap, man. What's up, everybody? So what is going on with that? This is an interesting little caption here. On this one it says, don't ever come to church without coming as though it were the first time, as though it could be the best time, as though it could be the last time. Vance Havner, Solid Rock. That's a beautiful picture, though, isn't it? With the clouds and the sun.
A beautiful picture. Really weird quote, though.
Yeah. Let's get back to the quote. There's the quote right there. Show you guys beautiful picture shit. So, I don't know how to take that. I really don't. Is it creepy?
Mhm.
Is it? Oh, hold on. It's covering some of it. Sorry, I have so many tabs open right now because there's so much to get into. All right, here we go. Sorry about that. There's the whole quote. The name of the group is Evil CJ's Crime Concepts. And if you want the group here, just FBGROUP. And it'll drop the link for you. Don't ever come to church without coming as though it were the first time, as though it could be the best time, as though it could be the last time. I don't know how to take it. I don't know if it's like creepy or knowledge. Like, I don't know.
I think like it's intended to mean like make the most of every time you're there, like focus on being there, but at the same
Well,
time,
yeah.
it is creepy. I mean, like
It's like you only live once. YOLO. You know?
it's the YOLO of church.
YOLO. It's the YOLO. I mean, I get it, but it's like kind of creepy. And speaking of a beautiful picture, man, this is such a great picture here. Right there. The backlit cross. This is a photo I took one night. The backlit cross at Solid Rock there. That is a really cool at night.
Yeah. That's beautiful.
Here, let's get that shit back door out of the picture because they need to repair that. All right, here we go. Well, you see what I mean? This door right here. See this door right here? I don't know what's going on with that door, JP. I don't know what's going on with it, man. But we're gonna get that out of the screen, and we're just gonna throw that up there, right there. The quote to me seems like a comparison to faith like a child. Yeah, shout out all the YOLO people. All I can think of is when Chris Cuomo like made a funny about somebody's YOLO hat. Do you guys remember that video from like a year and a half ago? Chris Cuomo was like, YOLO. Oh, a little quick Chris Cuomo funny. All right. Let's see here. Let's see if I can get back to my next thing here. Okay, so we're on here. So I don't know how to take that one. It's kind of weird. Let's see. We're going to read an article now. Let me save that. All right. New article. A couple articles we're going to be going through before we get into some of the content. It says, this is from July 12th, 5 days ago. Oh, hold on 1 second. I got so many tabs open. Hold on. Seriously, I have so many. It's hard to navigate StreamYard. StreamYard is coming out with a dark mode too. I'm so excited, but it could be another month.
A month?
Right. A month. Contribution call out Tina Bilodeau with the $4.99 super chat. Let me heart that and like it. Thank you so much. It's already got 5 likes. Hit the like for Tina on that super chat there. Appreciate that. Uh-oh, I got so many new screens now. I lost. There we go. We're back. Okay, article. Why a Myrtle Beach church's land could be part of the fight over Micah Miller's estate. Now, we read the court documents that came out last week. And then JLR was discussing it on his episode last week about how they're trying, Micah, because they were getting a divorce and because they were still technically married, Micah has and is due part of the estate of all of the financial of the marriage. And so the family came out with some court records last week. Shout out Fitz News. Um, that they're attaching the properties to the civil case. So right here it says Attorney Regina Ward to the right discusses the media during a press conference on June 7th, 2024. We were there at that press conference. That's where the lady came up to me and started talking about the two fires that were connected to the people that we have been discussing. Here, let me flip this for you guys. There we go. So when you look into those churches and then what took place beyond that, it's like, whoa, 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 whoa. Even all the background to all this stuff is whoa, 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 whoa. I know, I do too, and it drives me nuts because it's so hard. Once they come out with the dark mode, I'm telling y'all, I'll be able to see your guys' chat. Because when you're out there, think about a white screen out in the sun. It's already hard to see your phone. With a regular screen, you add a white screen to it, you can't see nothing, man. So I'm so excited for that dark mode. And another feature, Rosie, this is going to be cool too. You only have to give one link. So you set up a recording or live or whatever.
Yeah.
So like right here, I could set up CJ and Rosie, and then literally we just click the same link every time to go to the new show for each time that we're doing it. Yeah, it's going to be really cool.
Really?
Yeah, so there's
It's
no
so
more
much easier.
there's no more a bunch of links.
Yeah.
Yeah, a bunch of right?
I'm trying to figure out which one is for which show. Yeah.
Right? Is this 10 a.m. or 5 p.m.? Like,
right.
yeah, then the time zones and all that stuff. Yeah.
Exactly. And then you click on the wrong one and you're by yourself thinking like this is the right one.
Right,
No
right. You're like, where's everybody at? Oh shoot. Yeah. No, it's gonna be the same. Contribution call out Tina Bilodeau. Any information on the Sun News? That's a good question, Tina. Thank you for the $4.99 super chat. Let me make sure I like that and heart it as well, because I'm the only one that can heart it, but y'all can like it. And thank you again. That is a good question because it was very odd. We were there at the protest. I'm standing across the street, and this dude literally pulls up to the church parking lot, parks in the church parking lot, and it's like, whoa, wait a minute. We just had somebody earlier, the fake plant protester. We had somebody earlier trying to pretend that they were part of the group. I asked the lady to stop. I warned her, hey, if you're a protester, you shouldn't be going in there, because I'm trying to look out for everybody. And then the LE came up to make sure, because they didn't know, because that lady came. It was weird. She parked in the parking lot, and she came walking up, and she was like this. She was like, I'm going to try and copy her body movements as best as I can. But I did take a video of her when she came out of church, because she did the same thing that she did before. But before, it was just I had my camera focused on a certain part, and then she just kind of came up, and it was really weird. But she did like this. She was like, coming up, like,
Yeah.
I'm with you guys. I'm with you guys. Yeah, I'm with you guys. I'm like, why is this lady acting like this, right? Coming up, recording everybody and stuff. And I'm like, well, screw this. Like, I'm going to record you. And then she was like, I'm with you. Don't worry. I'm not going to say nothing. Shh. And I'm just like, what the hell? And everybody else is like, oh, thank you. And I'm like, that smells like a hot dog. Lady turns around, starts walking inside. That's when I'm like, ma'am, If you're a protester, you don't want to go in there. Ma'am, if you're a protester, you don't want to go in there.
Right.
By that time, the LE had came up, and I was like, yo, we're not associated with that lady. Because by that time, she just kept walking, walked in the church door. So I looked at the LE. I was like, yo, we do not know who she is. We are not associated with her. We've never seen her. All the other protesters were there with me. They were like, no, we don't know who she is. We need to make sure that LE knows that that has nothing to do with us, right? Because this is the one thing we don't know about this Sun article. What if the Sun article, does anybody know if it's out? Because this was weird. Because all of a sudden, dude from Sun article, we didn't know he was from the Sun article. Dude from Sun article pulls up into the parking lot, parks into the church. Whoa, who in the hell's going to park inside the church? Dude gets out, starts doing this with his camera, taking video like real close to all the protesters and stuff. I'm across the street. I'm like, what the heck's going on? I'm glad I'm not over there because ain't nobody getting a close-up photo, you know? Who knows who that guy is? I'm walking from across the street. There's a lady that was a protester. She had her 2 children with her. Her children looked like they were scared. I was like, yo, I don't know who that guy is. Just be careful because he's taking close-up photos of everybody at the, right at the parking lot. I don't know who that guy is. I'm just letting you know. And she's like, trust me, I'm getting my kids out of here. And I was like, cool.
Yeah.
So then I come down there, and then he's walking up by me, and I'm sitting there like, man, I'm trying to not even give him eye contact because I don't even want him to, like, I don't need it. I don't want it. He walks by me. He comes back around. Then he comes back up to the protesters after he walks, does a little photo, takes some photos of the front of the church, comes back, takes more photos, walks up to the protesters. Protest Jesus J is like, hey man, who are you? He's like, I'm with the Sun News. I'm like, oh, you're with the newspaper that wrote that article that's only getting a part of the story from an email from a pastor and not any of these protesters. Maybe you should try and, report both sides. You know what I'm saying? Don't just take one person's email on one side and report it as factual information, because those were the articles that talked about us being vicious pagans and how we're calling them murderers and all this other stuff, which is not true whatsoever. So the fact that you're the Sun News and you're coming out there, you got to report. Well, I didn't write it. I don't give a shit. You're part of the same company.
It's your organization.
Yes. So if you're out there, which obviously he was, because he wasn't just taking photos, he actually turned around, went out, gave Protest Jesus J his business card. We showed that on the screen after, later on in the protest, showed his business card. After he talked to the protesters, then some lady in a red vehicle pulls up and parks directly next to him. They both are out in front of the vehicles talking, and then they both go into the church together. And this dude from the Sun News was in the church, I don't know, you guys, what, an hour? Hour and a half? Something like that. So who knows what this lady went in there and did? Who knows if it has to... All I'm saying is, look, this lady's coming out there talking. Shh, don't say nothing. Acting all weird. Doing all this. Who says that? Because there's Trisha came back. Went inside the church. Susie was there. JP was there. There was like at least 10 church members. Well, my sources are telling me 10 to 15 were still at the church. Like 10 to 15 people were still at the church, and they were there that long as the Sun News guy was there. So who knows what this article is about? What is? Oh wait, hold on. Is the article out?
I think people in chat are saying to check
That
your pending posts on
posted
the.
above an 8-minute video. Oh, okay. Here,
I try to look for it, but it doesn't let me see it.
let's see.
I think I've seen many or something.
Yeah, let me share it. Oh, hopefully I don't have to subscribe.
Try to get me to, so I don't know.
Right?
Yeah, that's what it did to me.
Oh boy. Thank you, Michelle. Appreciate the kind words and the support. Oh, really? What they
Really?
do? They ban me like True Crime Marie or something? You've been selected. Enjoy it. I've been selected for 99 cents a month. Man, can we get I can't get rid of it, can I?
Is there not a way to close it?
Oh, dang it.
Yeah.
I don't want to subscribe to their shit.
Right?
I don't like them. I don't like them. I don't like how they report.
No, of course not.
They weren't even talking to any of the protesters after they were talking to people at Solid Rock. It's obviously a one-way narrative.
Yeah, that's not how it should be done at all.
So why support them for being selected for 99 cents for 1 month? Yeah, so other people. Other people have been selected too. Oh.
Yes.
It's just a general thing.
Mm-hmm. We've all been selected.
Well, oh man. Oh, Tina. Tina. $1.99 contribution. Call out. I will pay for it. I will pay it. The damn Sun News. Hold on. No, we need to. Gosh, I just don't want them to get. You know what I mean? It's like
the principle.
It's like tithing to Solid Rock. You know what I mean? It's like, that's what it is, really, you guys. It's like tithing. Yes, it's like tithing at 99 cents to Solid Rock. All right, hold on. We'll just freaking do it. Hold on. After I view it, cancel it. Yeah, there we go. Well, you know what? Maybe I need to have a subscription to email the editor or something. Because I'm already like starting to write a letter to the editor of the Sun News. Yes. Yes.
Yes.
All right, let's see here. What am I? Okay, I'm trying to order it. Why won't it let me?
You've been unselected?
I don't know. I'm trying to do it. It won't let me. I'm clicking order. Oh, they want a phone number. Purchase. All right, hold on. We'll be able to read it here in a second. Maybe. Oh, I gotta check the damn box now. Come on, just give me the freaking article.
Giving you a tough time.
Okay, come on. Just get me the. I just subscribed. Oh my gosh. Okay. Now I got to make sure it's the right article here. Let me click on it again because it took me somewhere else. Yeah, it is the right article. Now it's telling me I've been selected. What the heck? Is it gonna work? Sorry, you guys. Jeez, this is crazy. Is this gonna work now? Okay, here we go.
You got it?
Yeah. The Sun News. All right. I've been selected, right? Welcome, everybody. Just coming in. Thank you. Appreciate you coming in. All right. Let me zoom this. It's kind of. All right. It says I'm exclusive. Oh, so this is the article. July 17th, 2024. It came out. Updated. It says exclusive. I was the best husband I could possibly be. South Carolina pastor on his wife, Micah Miller. John Paul, founder of Myrtle Beach, South Carolina church, sat down for an exclusive interview to discuss his relationship with his late wife, abuse allegations, and her family. Where's the article? Oh, it's just a video. Oh, okay, cool. Well, here's the video if you want. Oh, it just says Myrtle Beach Online. Never mind. All right, here's the article.
See you later.
What the heck? I can't go full screen? I guess not. What is this? This isn't. Hold on a minute. This isn't. Is this the beginning of the video? No, this is not. This is like a. Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Here it is. Okay. I'm like, what are we watching? Some kind of like resort commercial or something? All right, here we go. Whoa, we can't do that either. All right. All right, we got to wait for this.
They really make you work hard for their articles.
Right? Okay, so this is him.
One thing I have great peace about between me, God, and my wife is that I was the best husband I could possibly be. And if I were to do it over again, I don't think I could have done any better. And so,
okay, hold on. You were getting a divorce. Like, let me pause that real quick. You were getting a divorce. What do you mean you wouldn't change anything? What do you mean? Like, you wouldn't change anything? That I don't understand that, because there was multiple times like they were gonna split up already, and then the one was where she filed it and it was done. Like, that was it. So, I mean, shoot. Usually in that situation, when you're getting a separation or a divorce, you are like, what could I have, if you're really self-reflecting, you know, what could I have done better? How can I be a better partner in the future? What did I do wrong that I can learn from? So then in the future, I can make sure that I'm the best that I can be. Uh,
Well, that would be normal.
yeah.
I suppose he doesn't think that he's to blame for anything.
Just right off the bat, just a really odd statement.
Yeah.
One thing I have great peace about between me, God, and my wife is that I was the best husband I could possibly be, and if I went to do it over again, I don't think I could have done any better. And so, because of that, in the midst of all this war and chaos, I have great peace in that area.
Great peace in that area. Micah's family has declined any recent requests for interviews by the Sun News. Well, interesting. Yeah, because you're only promoting one frickin' narrative. Here, if you guys want a screenshot.
I have great peace in that area.
Get off the pause. Come on, pause. Get off.
Great
Hold on.
husband I could possibly be, and if I went to do it over again, I don't think I could have done any better. And so, because of that, in the midst
Get
of
your
all
screenshot.
this war and chaos, I have great peace in that area.
In response to John Paul Miller's claims, Regina Ward, the Francis family attorney, said, This is John Paul spinning his web. Micah was mentally healthy until she got snared in his web, July 15th, 2024. That's one of the questions I asked the family when I talked to them, and I was like, I have a question. Did she have any mental health issues? This is a long time ago when I talked to him. Did she have any mental health issues before she was married? No, she didn't have any mental issues. She didn't display any mental issues. She was mentally healthy. And when she got married, this took place, and this took place, and this took place. And like, as soon as they got married, this took place, all these different things. And you know what I'm talking about. It was, yeah. I mean, that's why I'm saying, like, I'm not surprised when it came to the medication that, I mean, JP already done told us a long time ago, third or fourth video, that all the medication that she was taking, and it's like, what the heck, all these different mental health issues that she had, and it's like, dude, number one, that's your wife, and number two, like, no wonder, because all the stuff that was going on.
Yeah. And I mean, that tells you a lot. It really does.
And it tells a lot that they're not interested, because like I said, you guys saw it, they're only about one narrative, so why would they want to talk to the Sun News? Really? They had every opportunity to come out and get the protester side last Sunday about the article. That I even said something about the article to the guy. I didn't write it. They're not interested. They're not interested. So I understand why the Francis family didn't want to talk to him, because they might have spun that, Not good. Not good.
Good for them.
Right. And here's the link for you guys. You can have it for yourself. Following is John Paul Miller's account of his wife's mental illness.
That's first why I spoke that Sunday morning, why I would get up and preach after my wife passed away the night before or the day before. And I don't know if anyone has ever taken any psychology classes that could help me understand exactly what I should have done. Yep. You spend 7 years trying to keep somebody alive with medicine, and their family convinces them to stop taking the medicine. And so then you spend 3 months every single day for 3 months doing whatever you can to keep her alive, whether it's going to family, friends, her pastor, her counselor, policemen, judges, doctors. I did everything I could, lawyers, whatever I could to get her medicine and help her take it. And she would not take her medicine because her family didn't want her to. And so in that moment when I got the phone call, it was late Saturday night. I felt like the world's biggest failure. My life is, as I knew it was over completely, and my worst fear had come upon me. And 10 hours later, I was supposed to preach, and I didn't know what the right thing to do was. I didn't know if I stay at home, I might kill myself. If I sit at home by myself, I might be depressed. If I go off with a friend, what do I do? Do I go to a bar and drink? I don't. Do I get on my knees and pray to God? You know, like what exactly am I supposed to do? And so I went with my natural instinct was just to get up and work. And if Micah were there, she would have wanted me to do that with all of her heart. And so I just went with what was natural, and I preached. And at the end, I made the announcement. I don't know the right way to make an announcement like that. I don't know what you're supposed to say, what you're not supposed to say. If I could go back and do it again, I guess I would have asked more people how I should announce it.
They told you, bro.
Because I didn't want anyone to speak negatively about her or anything in my presence. That's the reason I told them to please be quiet. Go talk to Jesus about it, and then, you know, process it with Jesus, and then discuss it. Because usually our first instinct on things isn't the best. And I didn't know any other way to say it. I feel like no matter what I said, it would have been criticized in some way or another.
Why are you okay, he's dude, this is crazy. This is crazy. Like, they had Pastor Randall was telling you not to frickin' preach that day. What does he mean? I guess if I had more people telling me that, you know, I shouldn't. What?
I don't even know what to say. I mean, it's about the way he did it anyway. It's not. Yeah.
Wow. I need to listen to this. I need to start from the beginning.
Yeah.
Because this dude is like, and I'm just like, this is crazy. This is way like the interview that they showed in the very beginning, where he had Pastor Randall and Micah's picture behind him. That was just like something general, you know, nothing really there. You're just like, dude, like you're not, there's no eye contact. You're like fake kind of choke it up a little bit, you know. Again, no eye contact. Again, I need to go back to the beginning. I need to see if he's having eye contact. I was so shocked by everything that I'm hearing. I'm just like, what, bro? But I wasn't even paying attention to the eye contact. I'm gonna start this over again. So this is the new 8-minute interview.
One piece about between me, God, and my wife is that I was the best husband I could possibly be, and if I went to do it over again, I don't think I could have done any better. And so, because of that, in the midst of all this war and chaos, I have great peace in that area.
He just went like this. He's talking, and his eye contact is down to the side. And then when he's talking, he does like a roller coaster with his eyes. He goes up and over the person that he's talking to. He keeps talking and he's going like this, and then stops, goes forward for a second. You can tell he doesn't have eye contact with the person that he's talking to, because his eye isn't at a level where you're sitting in front of somebody. His eye contact is more down a little bit, like he's looking at their right shoulder kind of thing.
Yeah. I also get the impression he's memorized a bit of that. That's why he's kind of swaying his head as well. He's just trying to remember
the script that's been told many times.
Yeah.
So that way it doesn't seem odd. Again, the next, no eye contact. Okay. And of course, Micah's family has declined it because the Sun News is just pushing one narrative. He had to have memorized it, JC. You're telling people over and over and over. This is John Paul. She didn't have any mental health issues. Family said she didn't have any mental health issues
I've been asked
until
first why
she got
I
married to
smoked
him.
that Sunday morning, why I would get up and preach after my wife passed away the night before or the day before.
Eye contact.
And,
Where's it at?
I don't know if anyone has ever taken any psychology classes that could help me understand exactly what I should have done. You know, you spend 7 years trying to keep somebody alive with medicine, and their family convinces them to stop taking the medicine. And so then you spend 3 months every single day for 3 months doing whatever you can to keep her alive, whether it's going to family, friends, her pastor, her counselor, policemen, judges, doctors. I did everything I could, lawyers, whatever I could to get her medicine and help her take it. And she would not take her medicine because her family didn't want her to. And so in that moment when I got the phone call, it was late Saturday night. I felt like the world's biggest failure. My life as I knew it was over completely, and my worst fear had come upon me. And 10 hours later, I was supposed to preach, and I didn't know what the right thing to do was. I didn't know if I stay at home, I might kill myself. If I sit at home by myself, I might be depressed. If I go off with a friend, what do I do? Do I go to a bar and drink? I don't know. Do I get on my knees? And
You're a
pray to God?
pastor,
You know,
dude.
like,
Do
what
I go
exactly
to a
am I supposed
bar
to
and
do? And so I
drink?
went with my natural instinct was just to get up and work. And if Micah were there, she would have wanted me to do that with all of her heart. And so I just went with what was natural, and I preached. And at the end, I made the announcement. I don't know the right way to make an announcement like that. I don't know what you're supposed to say, what you're not supposed to say. If I could go back and do it again, I guess I would have asked more people how I should announce it. I said what I said because I didn't want anyone to speak negatively about her or anything in my presence. That's the reason I told them to please be quiet. Go talk to Jesus about it, and then, you know, process it with Jesus, and then discuss it.
No
Usually
eye
our first instinct on
contact.
things isn't the best. And I didn't know any other way to say it. I feel like no matter what I said, it would have been criticized in some way or another.
No eye contact again, except for a couple moments in the very beginning of that ramble. What a ramble! Just blah 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 blah. But
Yeah.
go ahead.
Sorry. No, I just wanted to ask, do you think that the comment about the person who took psychology classes is a weird, like, really condescending thing to say? Like, almost like you guys don't have the right to have an opinion. Like,
Yeah, like you know, I don't know if you know anything about it. This is what was odd too, is when he said, I tried for 7 years. Perfect record, people. I've tried for 7 years to get her medicine to help her. Where's the record of her having to take medication prescribed 7 years ago, bro? When you got married. Right? If you just said it yourself, 7 years I was trying to help her get better from with medicine. Well, then where's the prescription bottle from 7 years ago, not 7 months ago? Because if you've been trying, you might have just admitted, because if you ain't got a prescription for it, you might have just admitted to making her take substances she didn't need. Where's the prescription bottle from 7 years ago? Where's the medical report that shows what was being prescribed 7 years ago? Because if you don't have that, that shows you were truly forcing her to take substances to help her get better without a prescription. And that's not good. That's not good. Right? Right, Charity? He just said it right here. 7 years. 7 years. I was trying to. Okay. Where's that at? Let's see. Is that one of the 350 pieces? I hope it is. I'd like to see that.
oh yeah.
Another thing. Yeah, when you have church members that are lawyers, judges, doctors, all of these people that you just mentioned, I tried to have cops and doctors and judges and lawyers try and help her. Yeah, you tried, right? You tried to, hey, you don't need to go see that facility. You need to go see this one, right? Mr. Randall and his daughter.
Yeah.
Hey, guess what? Micah don't think, remember what he said in the, another video? Hey, people that are sick, they don't think they're sick. They need people to tell them that they're sick. Micah's telling them, I don't need this. I'm not sick. Hey, judge. Hey, doctor. Hey, lawyer. Micah's sick. She don't think she needs it. That's what they do, right? He just preached it to everybody else. You don't think he was, come on. Yeah, you weren't trying to have doctors and lawyers and judges help. You were trying to use whatever you could to force the frickin' medicine on her. All that crazy medicine that you were naming in video 3. It's not. Wow, this is a crazy freaking interview. I'm glad he sat down and did it, because but you know, it's the Sun News. Of course, they're going to have special access. There's that door that you can come in if you go through the front door, see?
Where?
Right there. I always wondered where that door was at, right here.
Oh.
Right in the middle, right back behind his head. I always wondered where the front door came in. All right. Please hit the like if you haven't yet. It is the free way. We're going to get into the rest of this. There's still another 6 minutes.
Why did my wife take her own life? Well, the last time I saw her, she said a lot of things. One of the last things she said to me was, she says, I want to come home, but my family won't let me. And I said, well, maybe you can come home. She said, no, they'll never talk to me again if I come home. If I take my medicine, my dad will be disappointed in me. I said, baby, who cares about any of them? What do you think God wants you to do? And when I said that, she showed me this book she was reading called I Love Jesus, But I Want to Die. And I said to her, why do you want to die? She said, I want to die because I can't come home, sleep in my bed. And she said, I want to do that. And being away makes me want to die.
It makes me wonder, did you ask the Sun News to get a shot of the tattoos on your hands?
Probably.
You know, because it's always about showing it off. Yeah, the family was reaching out to that. Here's the thing, and Michael had left a message after. Remember when we went through those text messages from JP that was showing the dialogue between, you know, how he sent out the reminder for the doctor appointment, and they were, you know, in their response, Michael even reached out and left a message and said there's a lot more context to what happened in those messages, and there's a lot of stuff that wasn't shown. And I told him, and you could even see it. I even told you guys on the show, like, it's obvious that stuff was cut out and missing, because when we were reading one of the first screenshots of it, you could see that the rest of what was written was cut off, and then you go to the next photo and it wasn't there. Like the part of that conversation that was cut off, then it goes to something else. So you already knew something was missing in the middle. You know, so it was one of these things like, yeah, it's a narrative, you know.
Yeah, of course.
Right, it's a narrative. This right here, though, I don't know. I'm surprised he sat down and did this, honestly. I don't, because, man, you're not looking very good. It's like when Chris Watts was doing his interview in the front porch of their house, trying to look like a concerned husband. But he was acting so sketchy as hell, too. This guy itches his nose, looks around. When he's talking, he's just rambling and then looking down at the bottom left. Usually there's eye contact, and when you're talking about, you know, if this really affects you that much, you're getting emotional. I don't see any emotion in those eyes whatsoever.
No.
I don't. I haven't seen it yet. Not even the fake stuff that you do in front of a church service.
Yeah, I was thinking. I mean, I've seen him do a little bit of a better. I don't want to say performance, but performance
Yeah,
when he's preaching. I mean,
that's what it is.
like, yeah,
I mean, it is whether it's a I mean, it all is a performance. Even when you think about it, like even with what we do, we're behind a camera, we're behind a
yeah,
microphone. Yeah, it's a performance no matter what, whether it's good intentions or bad intentions. That depends on the soul of where the performance is coming from. But it's all a performance. Like, like when we do our shows, we have to pretend like um a family member didn't pass,
yeah.
or we didn't get a flat tire, or we don't feel good or whatever. It's one of those things where you just there's it's for what we're doing. So I'm surprised there's not any kind of performance when it comes to this, because this is a sit down. You've already said some really, like really some stuff with some words with a lot of energy behind it, which usually then triggers emotions, because that's what we're made out of. We're emotional creatures. It's going to trigger emotions, and I haven't seen any emotions being triggered. It just looks like I'm going through the same thing over and over and over. Right. It's bizarre, right? He's not even pretending to have emotion at all. That too, Tara.
Yeah.
Age 14. You know what I'm saying? I was having conversations with one of the neighbors that lives across the street um, after the protest. And I was telling her about some of that, some of the stuff that Allie was, what Allie was claiming in court documents. And she was like, she didn't know about the, the 14, babysitter thing. Um, but she had heard all the other stuff, and she was just like, "Oh my gosh, my church was going to buy that solid rock church building when they were going to build their huge, you know."
Really?
Yeah, she's like, "Oh my gosh, a performer." Well, it is weird. There's no emotion that's being triggered, so I don't know. You would think though. It seems like an intimate setting. It's you. You got a female. This is what's crazy is it's a female, but it was a guy from the Sun News. So the girl that was in the red car must have been the lady that came to do this interview then, and then the guy that was out there during the protest is the one that is taking the video then.
Okay. All right. Yeah, that's why they were both there.
Right. I didn't know why that lady in the red car. I thought she was part of the church, but because she looked like she was dressed up for church. So I just thought it was somebody from the church, but I guess it's part of the Sun News. All right, back to this video.
I started said a lot of things. One of the last things she said to me was, she says, "I want to come home, but my family won't let me." And I said, "Well, maybe you can come home." She said, "No, they'll never talk to me again if I come home. If I take my medicine, my dad will be disappointed in me." I said, "Baby," I said, "who cares about any of them? What do you think God wants you to do?" And when I said that, she showed me this book she was reading called "I Love Jesus, But I Want to Die." And I said to her, I said, "Why do you want to die?" She said, "I want to die because I can't come home, sleep in my bed." And she said, "I want to do that. And being away makes me want to die." What happens is she gets this thought, and the thought stays in her mind, but her mood changes. It's a very unusual thing with schizophrenia, bipolar 1 and bipolar 2 altogether. And so when she gets to this point of like suicidal, she gets to a euphoric state and thinks, well, this is a great idea. That's why, if you look at the Dick's Pawn Shop video, she's smiling. So if it helps anyone with, thinking she was hurt or depressed or this was her only way out, that wasn't her thought. she was in the euphoric state thinking, this is what I'm supposed to do. It's a great idea. It's a good thing. And that's why when she called 911, it sounded like she was ordering a pizza, because she wasn't, in great fear or torment or I'm so depressed and all these kind of things. So my thought is, a few weeks before we got together and she was talking about how she wanted to die because she can't come home because her family won't let her. That mindset, I believe, stayed with her until her schizophrenia, kicked in and said, well, you should just, harm yourself. And that's what happened.
Okay, I remember reread an article just a few weeks ago, Rosie, that was talking about how you couldn't have those two at the same time. And episodes, not even, there's a different period of time between episodes and all these other things. I don't know what, I'm surprised he's still going on with, maybe because he said it already, he's got to double down.
I don't even know if I don't know. It's like he just hasn't done the correct research behind what he's trying to tell people, because he speaks like he knows. It sounds like he knows what he's talking about, but it can't be. Like,
no, we've already read it. Where was that article from? Do you remember?
It was some psychology website. Let me check.
Right. Man, I'll have to look for it later and drop it for you guys. I think we made a video about it too, that you can't have both of those at the same time. So it's like, I'm surprised, like, one of the doctor friends didn't reach out to him and say, hey, you need to, like, you already done said it. How about you word it a little differently next time? So you know what I mean? Like, word it a little differently next time so people don't catch on. Crazy. He just, blah, 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 still no eye contact, looking around.
Mm-hmm.
What professional treatment was Micah receiving for her mental health? The professional treatment that is all spider webbed up in that Spidey suit, right? That's why he likes the Spider-Man outfit so much, because it's all these spider webs that are just getting thrown all over the place. You walk into him, it's like a little bug. You walk into it and you're like, oh shit, I can't. And then next thing you know, that spider's wrapping you up. Enjoy your cocoon. Yikes.
Yeah.
Hey, CJ, do you think when JP was at the Peachtree and said, I will talk in a couple weeks, he wanted this interview to come out first? I don't know. That's a good question, Precious, because when he left the Peachtree and he gave me the second peach so I could take it home, which was a very kind gesture, but gave me the second peach, he got in his truck and then he turned around and then he told me, because he went to shut his door, opened his door back up, turned around and said, I'm going to have a bunch of stuff for you. I'm going to have a bunch of stuff to give you in a couple weeks. And I was like, okay, I don't know what you're going to give me. I thought it was going to be maybe some of the 350 and maybe, I don't know. So I don't know if it has to do with this interview. I was thinking maybe it was going to be some kind of, I don't know, 350, some of it. Not sure. But when it comes to this interview, this is what I don't understand, is why would this interview be coming out? What is the purpose of this interview? I don't understand that so far.
Well, I'm kind of wondering why it came out so close to other things disappearing. Like, if he's trying to cover a contradiction as well. I don't know.
Well, there's a lot of contradictions that were on True Crime Re's page, and we got the screen recordings of most of them. I'm just I still don't understand.
Me neither.
What what the purpose of this interview was, because you're not saying anything different than you haven't said before. When you look suspicious because your eyes are all over the place except for where they need to be. I still don't understand what the interview's about. Let me see here 1 second. Contribution call out Wayne. Blah 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 blah. JP, thank you for the $14.99 super chat. Appreciate that, Wayne. Thank you for the contribution to the show. Bipolar is a medical condition with psychological symptoms. It's a deficiency in sodium in the brain. Interesting. I didn't know it has to do with sodium. She would have been diagnosed with that long before 23 years old, or she would have definitely showed signs of it, right? And when I talked to them, that was one of the first questions I asked was, did she have any mental health issues before her marriage? No. None. One of his sermons on the Solid Rock YouTube page, he tells of his mental problems, even the dosages he takes on and on and on and on. Yeah, he even said, if you want to know about me, just listen to my sermons. He uses his own life experiences for his sermons. He just changes the names. Except for Micah's. He used Micah's name when he talked about her.
Yeah.
She did, didn't she, to the family? If anything happens to me, this is who did it. If anything happens to me, this is how it was done. If anything happens to me, this is the specific body part that it would happen to. She reached out to her family and told her family that. All of it. Exactly what happened. And when it comes to, this is what I don't understand. When it comes to people coming out the last couple days and how this new theory about how JP hired somebody, that was a theory that was discussed over here since like the first day of it happening. Like, come on. Who drives to it? Listen, that's why somebody was like, somebody came up to me this weekend. They were like, how did you get into Micah's case all the way from Indiana? I said, well, we were doing a show where we were covering different topics one day, and we came across this. And as soon as I played the first video, I was like, none of this makes sense. The 911 call, the fact that you're going to North Carolina if you want your family to find you. You're going to North Carolina, somewhere where you don't even know. I think Fair Bluff, somewhere where you don't even know. So your family can find you, and you're driving your godmother / roommate / friend's vehicle to go do it. None of it made sense whatsoever. The fact that you were dressed for work.
Yeah.
Why would you get dressed for work? Like, there's so many things, and it's like, oh yeah, there's this new theory the last couple days and how they could have hired. Man, come on. That was something that you should have been thinking about from the very beginning if you have that mind about stuff like this. If you have that mental approach, that's something that enters your brain ASAP, because none of it made sense. None of it whatsoever. You couldn't have there wasn't like one direction where you're like, well, 4 out of 5 makes sense, but for some reason this one, you didn't even have that. You had all 5, the evidence, the route, how, when, where, all 5 of them. None of it made sense. And when you want to, when somebody's, I'm at a soccer game, it's called creating an alibi. Is this the first crime anybody's ever heard of where somebody was at a different place when something happened to their spouse? Watch Watch the true crime shows. It happens quite often. It's not some new theory. Uh, it, ugh, it's just crazy. So when it comes to professional treatment, where was she getting her professional treatment? You see where she was getting her professional treatment. You see who was connected to the professional treatment, Mr. Randall and daughter. You see all the influence. He's talking judges, he's talking cops, he's talking lawyers. They all were trying to get her to take that medicine. And then the whole Randall setup where they had Micah meet at a Walmart so then they can all bum rush her to force her to get admitted to a mental health facility at the end. Man, if she did have a book that talked about loving Jesus but wanting to pass because she felt like she couldn't get out. You have like everybody around you, you couldn't talk to your family because then that created more issues. Like, think about abusive situations and people in abusive relationships. They cut off their family because the abuse gets worse when they have contact with people that they love, right? Because the people that they love, that's who they're going to tell what's going on. So the abuser automatically makes them do that. So she's already alone with her she can't talk to her family. She can't talk to any of the friends or any of the church members because they all think that she's freaking mentally sick because they're being told, well, she doesn't know that she's sick and she's going to think that she's not sick, but she's sick. Trust me. You have all of these people just like surrounding and hounding and just you can't get out of that cloud of thick fog. It's horrible. I Spy crime. Yeah. He can't, can he, Spy? Like this is I'm still trying to figure out why what is the point of this interview?
So on February the 6th, 5th or 6th, we were madly in love, and she left me voicemails of how much she loves me. I'm the greatest husband in the world. She went to her doctor's office, and
He left them.
her doctor called me and said she's having a schizophrenic episode. You need to get her to the hospital. And I said, I can't. She won't go with me. And the doctor said, well, I'm going to call the sheriff. And have her
Oh
pick
my
her up. And she filled out this
gosh.
paperwork that says she's suicidal, delusional,
Oh my gosh.
psychotic. And I sent it to her family, and I said, hey, she's sick and she needs to go to the hospital like she has many times before. Why don't y'all, just pray with her over the phone, maybe come give her a hug right before they pick her up, something like that.
Oh my gosh. That's exactly what I was just saying a minute ago. Just, can you imagine?
Yeah.
You can't even talk to your family, Rosie, because where are you supposed to go?
Yeah, I just feel like nothing's safe. It's just
Karma is a MFer, man. That's why I give everybody 150, because I ain't trying to have that karma come to me because I don't want to give it back. I don't want to give it back because I'm a fighter. I'll give it back. I will give it back, but I don't want to. I'm not trying to be that way. You know what I mean? I'm trying to, I don't want, so I don't even, if I know I give 150, hey, if that karma comes to me, then I know that I'm in the right giving the karma back. That's all.
exactly.
Oh, the question is, did I ever hit or harm Micah? So not once, ever.
Oh, looking straight into the camera.
In any way was she harmed by me.
Oh, look at that eye contact.
Ever.
Look at that eye contact.
In Disneyland, I think I knocked the drink that she was holding off. But that's the closest we ever come. Now, when she's off her meds, she's knocked the crap out of me a few times. Chipped my tooth, busted my nose, hit me so hard in my ear it rang for 6 hours and I lost hearing. But that's when she's off meds. That's when, and you just take care. It's like an autistic child. When someone
Whoa.
you love can't control themselves, you don't really know what to do. Do you hug them really hard and prevent them from moving their hands? Do you run in the other room? For me, I would just kind of run away. I'd leave the house, or I'd go lock myself in a room and try to talk her into understanding what's going on and who I am. And
Oh, when he would steal her phone and shit.
Yeah.
My gosh. Now, jeez, like when you listen to the sermons, it's already like, what loved one or friend talks about their loved one or friend like that, let alone a pastor. Right there, the way that he said it, how he said it. Oh my gosh, that's the worst I've ever heard him talk about Micah and her mental health right there. That's the worst I've ever heard him say.
Yeah, and I mean, if you listen to like the majority of his sermons, it's ironic because he's so angry about people speaking about him, like, and then he just goes and it's the worst. I mean, it's so disloyal.
And he's giggling about it.
He's kind of blushing.
He's giggling and blushing, and
he's turning a little pink.
Oh my gosh. This is bad. This is a word. Yeah, we're gonna rewind it, and I'm gonna play it for you. I'm gonna make a highlight out of this video. This is nuts, man. I don't understand. I still don't understand what the point of this interview was, because it got worse drastically right there. Because that's the worst I've ever heard him talk about Micah.
Yeah.
I'll send you my phone call with him a month and a half, and he's yes, please. I would love to. We need to have you on the show, and we can do that. We can listen to that. How about that? We have you on the show, and we'll listen to the phone call together, and we'll go through it together. Let me know if you'd like to. Oh my gosh. Okay, here it is again, you guys. This is the worst I've ever heard him talk about her.
So on February the 6th, 5th or 6th, we were madly in love, and she left me voicemails of how much she loves me. I'm the greatest husband in the world. She went to her doctor's office, and her doctor called me and said she's having a schizophrenic episode. You need to get her to the hospital. And I said, I can't. She won't go with me. And the doctor said, well, I'm going to call the sheriff and have him pick her up. And she filled out this paperwork that says she's suicidal, delusional, psychotic. And I sent it to her family, and I said, hey, she's sick and she needs to go to the hospital like she has many times before. Why don't y'all, just pray with her over the phone, maybe come give her a hug right before they pick her up, something like that.
Jeez.
Oh, the question is, did I ever hit or harm Micah? So not once, ever, in any way was she harmed by me or hit by me, ever. One time in Disneyland, I think I knocked a drink that she was holding off, but that's the closest we ever come. Now, when she's off her meds, she's knocked the crap out of me a few times. Chipped my tooth, busted my nose, hit me so hard in my ear.
When she's off her meds.
I lost hearing. But that's when she's off
and
meds.
giggling and smiling, and that's when she's
like
smiling some more.
Someone you love,
and then comparing autism.
You don't really know what.
And then, sorry, go ahead. And comparing autism.
It's also the present tense is weird. When she's off her meds, like it doesn't sound right. It's like
no, it
also makes me think that it's something that he's memorized, because you should be saying
people think she's crazy.
No, I mean, he should be saying when she had been off her meds, but it's like he's saying when she's off her meds, like she's still. He's saying it like she's still here, because it's like it's a technique that you look for when you're looking for somebody who's being deceptive. You look if they move in and out of their tenses. So when he's saying when she's off her meds, it's not correct because, you know, she's passed away, right? So it's something that in his head it's not really,
it's a repetition because what he's already said to the congregation.
Yeah.
Like, this is what I was saying with this whole video. It's the same stuff that we've heard. It's the same story he's telling the congregation, telling people that probably don't even know the church. Yeah, my wife did this. Like, it's I'm gonna ramble and continue to tell what I've been telling everybody for the last year and a half, except for the part about the self-unaliving. I'm gonna continue to tell people the same thing, because when I'm not giving eye contact, this is how you know that was the one real answer, because he's sitting there giving you eye contact over and over, going like this straight eye contact. When he's looking down, he's searching for the words that he had already told people before. When he's going up above somebody's head as he's looking, he's now reading the sentence that he has memorized. That's why he's looking from one direction to the next. He's reading that sentence in his head instead of trying to find it. You look down and off to the side, you're trying to search, you're trying to find that sentence. Now, when you're looking around, that's you following the sentence, right? Like, for the like when it comes to like the speech and you know, the telltale signs of if somebody's really telling the truth or not. As much as they want to hide whatever body actions that they have, there's always something that they don't even realize that they're doing, that they're going to do, which then tells you this person's a hot dog steak.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And so it's like what you said, him saying when she's not on her meds, like what you said, he should have said when she wasn't, because it's not a current, it's a past tense. And so, you know, it's just, I'm looking down trying to find the sentence. Now, when I'm doing this with my eyes, I'm reading the sentence in my head. And then when I don't have to do any of that, and I know that I don't have to make anything up, and I know that I'm telling you the 100% truth, that's not some story. I'm going to give you the straight up eye contact, period, when it comes to this. Because when he says, talking about, you know, did I ever hit her? No, I never hit her. Straight eye contact. Then once he starts talking about the other stuff again, then he gives you a little bit, looks up, little bit, looks up, little bit, looks up. It's not the same as when he's so forceful about the only truthful thing that had ever been said so far in this interview that we've watched. I'll play it again for you guys after we're done. There's only a couple minutes, but I wanted to break it down. We're breaking it down. And then I'll play the whole thing for you guys uninterrupted, because I'm sure some of y'all want to take a recording or whatever. And here is the link to the article for you to go on your own. You might be selected too. 99 cents for a month. Special prize. Who's doing what? JD? Who's JD? Oh, JD is telling JP. Because really, that's the worst I've ever heard him. That's the worst I've ever heard him talk about Micah. Is just when she's not on her meds, I get this, and I get broken nose and chipped tooth and hit in the ear where my hearing goes out for 6 hours. I can't imagine. And this is what he's telling the Sun News. I can't imagine what he's telling people that are like in the back office.
Yeah.
It's got to be like a dumbed down version. Vance Pam is a person that had the quote in the beginning. Okay, Rachel. It's about peace, positivity, and progress here. Sorry, Rachel. Hot dog steak troll later. I'll just go ahead and get rid of her now so you guys don't have to deal with her dumb shit in the future. You're supposed to be excited to go each time. No, I don't think so. I don't think JP's in here. All right, we'll get back to this.
That she's suicidal, delusional, psychotic. And I sent it to her family and I said, hey, she's sick and she needs to go to the hospital like she has many times before. Why don't y'all, just pray with her over the phone, maybe come give her a hug right before they pick her up, something like that.
All right. The worst he's ever said. You're welcome, you guys.
Oh, the question is, did I ever hit or harm Micah? So not once, ever, ever, ever in any way was she harmed by me or hit by me. Ever, 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 ever. One time in Disneyland, I think I knocked a drink that she was holding off, but that's the closest we ever come. Now, when she's off her meds, she's knocked the crap out of me a few times. Chipped my tooth, busted my nose, hit me so hard in my ear it rang for 6 hours and I lost hearing. But that's when she's off meds.
Smiling about
you
it.
just take care. It's like an autistic child. When someone you love can't control themselves, you don't really know what to do. Do you hug them really hard and prevent them from moving their hands? Do you run in the other room?
Always itching his
I would
nose.
just kind of run away. I'd leave the house. Or I'd
look around, look around, look around, look around.
Talk her into understanding what's going on and who I am. And
look around, look around, look around.
She has never been harmed by me in any way, ever at all. She has only been loved and cared for, I think, better than any man on earth could have ever loved and cared for a woman.
Wow. Wow.
The goal is for her to take her medicine, and the goal is also to prevent her from getting a gun. And so having the tracker by the PI was like, it could help us prevent the gun, but if she keeps getting upset, so she's not going to trust us and take her medicine.
He admits the tracker.
We didn't know what to do. And so again, I was encouraged by my spiritual advisor to stop doing the private eye.
He admits to the tracker again. He said before, he admitted it before. Then he said, she was doing it to me. I never did those things to her. Now he admits to doing it again, because when he admitted it the first time, he said, I told him I didn't put a tracker on her vehicle, but I told him to call me as soon as she was going to a gun store. What?
He's inconsistent. Yeah.
He just admitted it again. He had a tracker on her and the PI. Back and forth, back and forth. What signs of instability did you see? Oh boy, here we go. Right, admits to it, then denied it, and then admits it again. Yikes.
I was finding her following me a lot before she passed. And I would videotape different times. I was at a gas station once, and I look over, and she's driving a different car, hiding in a car, videotaping me and stuff. And she would think two things that, there are many things, but two things that were always consistent whenever she came off her meds is she would use the word paper trail, and she would use the word double agent. And she would think that I was a double agent from England many times, and she would need a paper trail to prove who she is and to prove who I am.
She wanted a paper trail because she's already collected information, and you probably told people that you were a double agent from England.
Right.
James Bond. What the hell? It's like in the 80s, in the 80s, even movies would make fun of it. In the 80s, guys would be walking around, yeah, I work for the CIA. At a bar or something. I work for the CIA. Let me tell you some stories. I work for the FBI. Like, let me tell you some stories, right? She thought that's probably what you were telling the waitress at the fucking restaurant that you were trying to get cookies from, right? I'm really, really a double agent from Britain. Like, come on, man.
Oh my goodness.
No. Some of the shit he says, yeah, call me Bond, James Bond. Like some of the stuff he says is just like, what, bro? What?
Yeah.
Bro? Sorry, Rachel, that this isn't part of your show, but trust me, there's plenty other shows on YouTube that you can go enjoy. So thank you for coming in and thank you for your time and enjoy another show. Appreciate you.
His death took off like it did nationally on social media because America, at least most of America, the ones that have the loudest voices are usually people like that like Jerry Springer show. And Micah's family is the epitome of the Jerry Springer show.
Wow.
The people who were saying justice for Micah are raising money for the people who caused Micah's death.
What?
They're using the money
to
sue the man who kept her alive for 7 years and did everything he could to help her.
Why are you looking down? Why are you looking down?
I don't even get that. I don't understand it. I need somebody to explain that to me.
What the hell?
All I can think of is there's evil in the world. That's all.
Look at him.
The only answer I have is that Satan is at work in the world.
What the hell? That is, dude, the number one, the worst response I've ever heard you talk about Micah. And then when you're talking about the justice for Micah, you're like talking about how the Justice for Micah protest is helping the family. The family that helped is suing a man that tried to help her for 7 years. And they're a Jerry Springer episode. Yo, this response was crazy. Not only the words, but the way he was moving. Right. He has not moved this way the whole time.
Yeah, he was squirming.
Whoa. It obviously bothers him because he started doing all this shit, moving around, all this. He's obviously really bothered by it.
Yeah.
And look at how he's like looking down. Like, I haven't seen you look that far down this whole interview. And now all of a sudden you're like looking at your shoelaces and stuff. You're looking so far down. I'm going to play it one more time. Whoa. This one's crazy.
Micah's death took off like it did nationally on social media because America, at least most of America, the ones that have the loudest voices are usually people like that like Jerry Springer show. And Micah's family is the epitome of the Jerry Springer show.
Well, not here. You don't get Jerry Springer. We are there for the protest.
The people who were saying justice for Micah are raising money for the people who caused Micah's death. They're using the money to sue the man who kept her alive for 7 years and did everything he could to help her.
Look at his face. He's getting red.
I don't even get that.
He's getting red.
I don't understand it. I need
Look at him.
that to me.
Wow.
All I can think of is there's evil in the world. That's all. That's the only answer I have is that Satan is at work in the world.
He was freaking bothered as hell. You saw his face getting redder. He's moving around. He's keep doing this. A nervous laugh. Oh, hold on a minute. One more time.
People like that like Jerry Springer show. And she would think that I was a double agent from England many times, and she would need a paper trail to prove who she is.
Look at his face now, and watch his face towards the end. It gets so red. Watch. And his
death took off like it did nationally on social media because
after
America,
this, look at his face some more.
The ones that have the loudest voices are usually people like that like Jerry Springer show. And Micah's family.
Look at his body movement, his calmness. Watch this. Whoa.
The people who were saying justice for Micah are raising money for the people who caused Micah's death.
See all the red right here?
They're using the money to sue the man who kept her alive for 7 years and did everything he could to help her. And his church.
Look at how red his neck is.
I don't understand.
Look at how red his neck is.
Explain that to me. All I can think of is there's evil in the world. That's all. That's the only answer I have is that Satan is at work in the world.
Dude,
Wow.
even his neck was getting red.
Yeah.
Woo!
Wow.
Even sits up straight for the first time, and then, wow. All right. What do you think about that one, Rosie? That was a
I
lot. The
that was
body just said a whole lot right there.
I'm kind of speechless. I mean, not yeah, I mean, not even what he was saying, but I don't think I've ever seen him. I've been watching his sermons a lot. I don't think I've ever seen him so uncomfortable ever. Yeah.
Yo.
Yeah.
All right, you guys. This is like 8 minutes and 21 seconds. I'm going to go ahead and do it full screen for you guys, and then we'll play the whole thing for you uninterrupted. That way, you can, see it from beginning to end, full screen for you. All right, so here we go, and we'll do it uninterrupted. Thank you all for hanging out. Please hit the like if you haven't yet. And if you're not subscribed to the special guest, Rosie, please go subscribe and then come on back.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
One thing I have great peace about between me, God, and my wife is that I was the best husband I could possibly be. And if I went to do it over again, I don't think I could have done any better. And so because of that, in the midst of all this war and chaos, I have great peace in that area. I've been asked first why I spoke that Sunday morning, why I would get up and preach after my wife passed away the night before or the day before. And I don't know if anyone has ever taken any psychology classes. One thing I have great peace about between me, God, and my wife is that I was the best husband I could possibly be. And if I went to do it over again, I don't think I could have done any better. And so because of that, in the midst of all this war and chaos, I have great peace in that area. I've been asked first why I spoke that Sunday morning, why I would get up and preach after my wife passed away the night before or the day before. And I don't know if anyone has ever taken any psychology classes that could help me understand exactly what I should have done. Yep. You know, you spend 7 years trying to keep somebody alive with medicine, and their family convinces them to stop taking the medicine. And so then you spend 3 months every single day for 3 months doing whatever you can to keep her alive, whether it's going to family, friends, her pastor, her counselor, policemen, judges. One thing I have great peace about between me, God, and my wife is that I was the best husband I could possibly be. And if I went to do it over again, I don't think I could have done any better. And so because of that, in the midst of all this war and chaos, I have great peace in that area. I've been asked first why I spoke that Sunday morning, why I would get up and preach after my wife passed away the night before or the day before. And I don't know if anyone has ever taken any psychology classes that could help me understand exactly what I should have done. Yep. You know, you spend 7 years trying to keep somebody alive with medicine, and their family convinces them to stop taking the medicine. And so then you spend 3 months every single day for 3 months doing whatever you can to keep her alive, whether it's going to family, friends, her pastor, her counselor, policemen, judges, doctors. I did everything I could, lawyers, whatever I could to get her medicine and help her take it. And she would not take her medicine because her family didn't want her to. And so in that moment when I got the phone call, it was late Saturday night. I felt like the world's biggest failure. My life is, as I knew it was over completely, and my worst fear had come upon me. And 10 hours later, I was supposed to preach, and I didn't know what the right thing to do was. I didn't know if I stay at home, I might kill myself. If I sit at home by myself, I might be depressed. If I go off with a friend, what do I do? Do I go to a bar and drink? I don't know. Do I get on my knees and pray to God? You know, like, what exactly am I supposed to do? And so I went with my natural instinct was just to get up and work. And if Micah were there, she would have wanted me to do that with all of her heart. And so I just went with what was natural, and I preached. And at the end, I made the announcement. I don't know the right way to make an announcement like that. I don't know what you're supposed to say, what you're not supposed to say. If I could go back and do it again, I guess I would have asked more people how I should announce it. I said what I said because I didn't want anyone to speak negatively about her or anything in my presence. That's the reason I told them to please be quiet. Go talk to Jesus about it, and then, you know, process it with Jesus and then discuss it. Because usually our first instinct on things isn't the best. And I didn't know any other way to say it. I feel like no matter what I said, it would have been criticized in some way or another. Why did my wife take her own life? Well, the last time I saw her, she said a lot of things. One of the last things she said to me was, she says, I want to come home, but my family won't let me. And I said, well, maybe you can come home. She said, nope, they'll never talk to me again if I come home. If I take my medicine, my dad will be disappointed in me. I said, baby, who cares about any of them? What do you think God wants you to do? And when I said that, she showed me this book she was reading called I Love Jesus, But I Want to Die. And I said to her, why do you want to die? She said, I want to die because I can't come home, sleep in my bed. And she said, I want to do that. And being away makes me want to die. What happens is she gets this thought, and the thought stays in her mind, but her mood changes. It's a very unusual thing with schizophrenia, bipolar 1 and bipolar 2 altogether. And so when she gets to this point of like suicidal, she gets to a euphoric state and thinks, well, this is a great idea. That's why, if you look at the Dick's Pawn Shop video, she's smiling. So if it helps anyone with, you know, thinking she was hurt or depressed or this was her only way out, that wasn't her thought. She was in the euphoric state thinking, this is what I'm supposed to do. It's a great idea. You know, it's a good thing. And that's why when she called 911, it sounded like she was ordering a pizza, because she wasn't, you know, in great fear or torment or I'm so depressed and all these kind of things. So my thought is, a few weeks before we got together and she was talking about how she wanted to die because she can't come home because her family won't let her. That mindset, I believe, stayed with her until her schizophrenia, you know, kicked in and said, well, you should just, you know, harm yourself. And that's what happened. So on February the 6th, 5th or 6th, we were madly in love, and she left me voicemails of how much she loves me. I'm the greatest husband in the world. She went to her doctor's office, and her doctor called me and said she's having a schizophrenic episode. You need to get her to the hospital. And I said, I can't. She won't go with me. And the doctor said, well, I'm going to call the sheriff and have him pick her up. And she filled out this paperwork that says she's suicidal, delusional, you know, psychotic. And I sent it to her family, and I said, hey, she's sick and she needs to go to the hospital like she has many times before. Why don't y'all, you know, just pray with her over the phone, maybe come give her a hug right before they pick her up, something like that. Oh, the question is, did I ever hit or harm Micah? So not once, ever in any way was she harmed by me or hit by me, ever. One time in Disneyland, I think I knocked a drink that she was holding off, but that's the closest we ever come. Now, when she's off her meds, she's knocked the crap out of me a few times. Chipped my tooth, busted my nose, hit me so hard in my ear it rang for 6 hours and I lost hearing. But that's when she's off meds. That's what, and you just take care. It's like an autistic child. When someone you love can't control themselves, you don't really know what to do. Do you hug them really hard and prevent them from moving their hands? Do you run in the other room? For me, I would just kind of run away. You know, I'd leave the house, or I'd go lock myself in a room and try to talk talk her into understanding what's going on and who I am. And she has never been harmed by me in any way, ever at all. She's only been loved and cared for, I think, better than any man on earth could have ever loved and cared for a woman. The goal is for her to take her medicine, and the goal is also to prevent her from getting a gun. And so having the tracker by the PI was like, it could help us prevent the gun, but if she keeps getting upset, so she's not going to trust us and take her medicine. And so we didn't know what to do. And so I was just encouraged by my spiritual advisor to stop doing the private eye. I was finding her following me a lot before she passed. And I would videotape different times. I was at a gas station once, and I look over, and she's driving a different car, hiding in a car, videotaping me and stuff. And she would think two things that, there are many things, but two things that were always consistent whenever she came off her meds, is she would use the word paper trail, and she would use the word double agent. And she would think that I was a double agent from England many times, and she would need a paper trail to prove who she is and to prove who I am. Micah's death took off like it did nationally on social media because America, at least most of America, the ones that have the loudest voices are usually people like that like Jerry Springer show. And Micah's family is the epitome of the Jerry Springer show. The people who were saying justice for Micah are raising money for the people who caused Micah's death. They're using the money to sue the man who kept her alive for 7 years and did everything he could to help her, and his church. I don't even get that. I don't understand it. I need somebody to explain that to me. All I can think of is there's evil in the world. That's all. That's the only answer I have, is that Satan is at work in the world.
Crazy shit.
Bye, Toby. See you later.
Whoa.
What?
No. Oh, my Lord.
Short on.
All right, there we go. Food Pet Center. We don't need that. All right, so I wanted to show that to you guys. I'm going to go through some of your comments here, and let me switch back to this. You guys wrote some interesting comments in there. Again, ET said CJJP said to me on the phone he had to hang up because he was getting a call from England. Special agent man. Unapologetically me. Is that one of his personality double agent? Give me a break. Busby says he said every day for 3 months, but he said 7 years, question mark. This is a man grieving for his wife, attacks her character, attacks the people she loved, protects his own reputation. Yep, he's grieving. Right, E.T.? Bo Rivers, why not go to her own doc that supposedly prescribed these meds for 7 years? He had POA. The doc has to talk to him about his wife's, quote, illness. That is true. And when it comes to the people that were connected, the mental health facility, the people that could make sure that she got this medicine that he thought she needed, there's a reason. And that's why I was asking a long time ago. I wonder if that's a tactic that they use with spouses, because there's other stories that we've heard of people that have gone there that they created a wedge between the wife and the husband. They created a wedge. Oh, she's not holy enough. She can't be part of our group singing. She's not holy enough, Billy. You need to make sure your wife is holier before she can be allowed to come sing up on the stage. Stuff like that. So it makes you wonder, was this thing that happened with Micah put on center stage because of who Micah was, and it wasn't really discussed before because something like this didn't take place? where somebody ended up passing. I bet when you hear a lot of these stories from these old church members, and there's others that we're going to go into in the future, when you hear some that we've already went into, it's all that wedge. One of them isn't holy. You need to make them holy. Usually it's the females because, of how the male dominance is preached. Usually it's the females, the wives,
Yeah.
that are going through these things. So it makes you wonder, is this like a, hey, you better call Dr. Rose, better call Dr. Rose. She'll help you out. She'll help your wife get better. Help her be more holy. Carol, Steph, the only time he shows emotion is when, and that's true too. The only time he tried to show emotion was when he was saying, I never hit her. That's it. The other emotion was when he was getting so upset when he was talking about the hashtag Justice for Micah protests and what we're doing. Vicious pagans make you that angry.
Of course.
They do.
Mm.
And yep, and love is not control, right? SOC Rebel. That is correct. Very interesting interview. I'm shocked.
Yeah.
I thought it was going to be some kind of article or something that is going to promote, the whole what was emailed before. I just don't understand why, when you're a journalist and you're there to report all theories, thoughts, and opinions, and let the reader decide based off of all the information what is legit or not according to their own mind. And there's none of that. There has not been any of that news organization has reached out to any of the protesters to discuss anything.
But still mentions them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They had every opportunity. I mean, he came up and got a whole bunch of video and photos. And the way that he was taking the videos and the photos, it was like I was telling them when we were there. He was taking these photos really freaking close, almost like somebody was taking it, like almost somebody was trying to get close-up photos of everybody so they could share them, And that's why I made the comment when it was taking place. I'm like, I'm glad I'm over here, y'all. Like, I always end up in the right spot, and I love it because he didn't get no close-up. No close-up.
Good.
Yeah. Let's see here. Thank you for the purple hearts. Please drop the purple hearts in chat. All right. So this is an article I was reading before we got into that. What a crazy interview.
Yeah.
Very telling in a lot of different ways. And even after watching it again, I'm still wondering what was the point of that interview, because it just made things worse.
It was so disturbing. I mean, I don't know whose idea that was, but
it has to be his. We've been discussing how it seems like Trisha has taken some of a back seat the last few weeks, ever since they had that secret meeting at Solid Rock a few weeks ago with Trisha, Susie, JP, and Randall. I have been saying from then, it almost seems like it was one of those conversations where, hey, guess what, guys? Jesus wouldn't allow our church to be bugged, so why don't you come? Let's have a secret meeting. And I think the secret meeting was because there is pressure being put on them from investigators, because they're talking, or they're asking questions, or that they noticed something, right? And so I always felt like it was one of those secret meetings, like, hey, Jesus wouldn't allow this church to be bugged because we're doing the right thing, so let's talk about what everybody was asked and who said what. Let's keep our story straight, guys. Okay, who was asked what? What was your response to what? Okay, all right. So she was asked this. So if they ask you this, then make sure you tell her what she said, kind of thing. And then all of a sudden, the next week, all of a sudden, Trisha's in the hospital. The next week, now she's trying to unalive herself because she doesn't have anybody. I think, and I have thought, that the pressure is getting to her. That's why I continue to say that Trisha is going to be the key to the truth being uncovered for all of this stuff, because I guarantee you she knows. I mean, hello, look what she was already, charged with before: financial foolery. Okay. You know what's going on: financial foolery. When it comes to me saying, oh, she's this self appointed, you know, second mother of JP, you ain't going to tell me that she wasn't giving him advice on what to do and how to do it. Dude ain't that smart to do all and figure it out all on his own. He's too emotional. That's why I say, when you base decisions off of emotion, that's why I plan and strategize everything I do, because I never want to make a decision off of emotion. Because anytime you make a decision off of emotion, you F up. You F up. And so you can tell just in that interview how emotional he was getting, talking about hashtag justice for Micah. So do you think that he would be able to strategize and plan all of these, foolery things and just never even have anybody look twice until after Micah passes? It's because he was getting advice from somebody that knew what to do. And who knows what to do? Trisha. Now that Trisha's taken a back seat, and it's obvious, because I think the pressure's getting to her, and I think she's going to be the one to crack and just spill it all. Take a deal. This right here, like, this whole thing that they got going, it's going to crumble at some point. And she knows it. Why else would somebody in her position sit there and say, I'm going to do this to myself because I don't have anybody? What do you mean? Somebody in your position would have a whole congregation.
Yeah.
What do you mean? No, it's your excuse, and you're using a shitball excuse to come up with a reason. And I think it wasn't have nothing to do with the fact that you don't have anybody. You have a whole congregation of people. I think it's the fact that the pressure's coming and you don't know where to go.
Yeah.
So now that she's taken a back seat, now you see this interview. Trish came back. She left the church, came back, walked in. I took a video of it, posted it on my video section. She left, came back, walked in the church, and she was in the church the whole time while this interview was going on. She was probably there to see what he said right in front, but I guarantee you she probably was like, hey, I wouldn't do this, this, and this, and this. And he probably don't even want to hear it, because, who I've felt was replacing him, and who I think a lot of us have felt who was replacing Trisha a few weeks ago when we all noticed she was taking the back seat little by little. It's who else was in that secret meeting? Susie. Yeah. I think he's got to a point where he can't even look. She was the whole secret meeting. This is just my opinion, my speculation. I think the whole secret meeting was because of what she was asked and what she said. And now it's that right there is telling somebody that's the leader, Mr. JP, is saying, shoot, I can't trust this person like I used to trust them now, because now they're compromised. So now I need to put somebody else in that position. And who is the only other female? Because it's a mama thing. Who is the only other female that could take Trisha's place? Susie, the new first lady.
That makes a lot of sense, though.
I was surprised she came back to the church and showed up.
Me too. I did not expect that.
I wouldn't be surprised if she's already spilling beans, honestly. Because now all of a sudden, after you wanted to do that to yourself, everything's fine.
It's not right.
To me, that says something changed. And what's the only thing that could have changed? For the better. Somebody said, hey, you just keep going and you just let us know. JP, you better check Trisha for a wire. Because I don't know how you get better all of a sudden. If it was real, this is a very important part where somebody needs help. You don't just get better in a snap of a finger in a week. She got better for a reason. There's a reason why she got better, and the only reason you can get better is because of something good. Something good. What is that something good? Maybe Robbie knows because he talks to the FBI and works with them.
Maybe.
Man,
I'm sure he is.
y'all got to look up his background, y'all. You want to talk about somebody that, no, seriously though, you want to talk about somebody that's making content about females that are victims of abuse, and you look at this dude's background. Look, I've already came across it a few weeks ago. I already did. That's why I already started not even, you know what? I'm not even giving that guy time of day no more because of the stuff that I came across. Do your research, people. This person's making content about a female that's a victim of abuse, and you see the there's a I'm not going to say anymore. Just do your own homework. You see what I'm talking about. I'm already having a bunch of people send me stuff now. Like, oh my gosh, have you came across? Yeah, I already did. It's not, listen, I just tell you to do your own homework. You can do your own homework. It's all public record. You can go on YouTube and find the people that got stuff, records, and are discussing it. That's what I came across. I was just like, what the hell? This person is talking about a female that was abused. I was like, holy crap. Just look it up, you guys. Just look it up. There's a reason why they pretend to know stuff. Like, everybody gets their stuff from Fitz News. You know, it's not sources. It's Fitz News. Okay. Let's be real. All right. So back to this article. Why a Myrtle Beach church land could be part of the fight over Micah Miller's estate. The Myrtle Beach church, led by embattled pastor John Paul J.P. Miller, could wind up in a legal fight for its land with the family of Miller's late wife, Micah, according to new court filings. Regina Ward, an attorney representing Micah's family, filed court documents this month that seek to include property owned by Solid Rock Ministries in the ongoing estate and separation cases against the pastor. Micah had worked as a creative director for the church known as Solid Rock at Market Common before she passed away by cell phone unaliving at Lumber River State Park on April 27th. Ward, who could not be reached for comment, had said J.P. Miller used the church as a weapon against Micah, including using church letterhead to write letters that disparaged and demeaned her. I mean, geez, we just saw that interview. It was crazy. Russell Long, one of Miller's attorneys, contends Micah's family is trying to profit from her passing. Not at all. They just want justice. That's why it's hashtag justice for Micah. Hashtag justice for Micah in chat, please. Regina's clients are trying to continue with the divorce even though she's passed, claiming that the marital home and that the church are marital assets. He said, "We disagree." Yeah, that's why you wanted to transfer everything into the church before the divorce was going to take place. But no, if you own the church, she also owned the church as well during the marriage. The latest court filings list 3 properties that Ward maintains are involved in the dispute. The first consists of just over 2 acres and is home to the church, which sits along Howard Avenue near the Market Common shopping, residential, and dining complex. The property is valued at nearly $2 million, according to Horry County's online land and records. That is solid rock. The two other parcels are mentioned in a separate filing. One is just over 13 acres and another covers 15 acres. They are located on Northgate Boulevard, just outside the city limits. That's where I took you guys. You can go see the video. I showed you the whole lot. It's huge. I even showed you the solid rock sign that somebody took down. They are located on Northgate Boulevard, just outside city limits. The combined market value of both properties is nearly $3.5 million, according to county records. So that's where he gets the $5 million value or worth, is from the $2 million church and the land, and then the $3.5 million area where the new church was going to be built. Not saying that he has a crap ton of money, because it's not liquid assets. It's not like you can just go to Burger King and drop $2,000 for everybody for the congregation. You can't. No, it's in property, so it's not like you can just take the money and go spend it. It's just value of the property. So when they say 5 million, and we just saw that the 2 properties are 5.3 million, bro, you must be broke then, because where's the liquid assets that you also include to the property assets that then gives you the value of you, right? So to me, when there's 5.3 and you claim 5, I think there's a negative somewhere. So maybe there isn't that much money. The court documents that Ward filed, known as list pendens, are meant to notify the public that there is a potential for a judgment to be gained on a property, said Natasha Hanna, a real estate attorney who has no connection to the case and was speaking in general terms. In these matters, Hanna said the moving party must make a plausible argument about why a property is connected to a case, because they were married. It would have been part of the divorce proceedings, but they would have had to spend a year together separated before the divorce was final. So, listen, it could have been dealt with very quickly in that process before it was final, and you know that the properties would have been a part of the divorce. It doesn't mean that the property will ever be the subject of a judgment, she said. It's filed in the court so that nothing could be done to the property, which means that they're trying to freeze so that way JP doesn't sell the lot and then bank in on all the money and then doesn't have to give her anything. They're trying to make sure that nothing can be done, transferred, anything with these properties until the court has decided. Now that the person owns the property could always file an action to have his list pendens lifted or removed by saying there's no way that this piece of property could ever be part of this dispute. I don't know how you can't, because it's part of a divorce. Hanna said list pendens are often filed in property foreclosures or liability lawsuits where the judgment of a case could include the distribution of a defendant's property. Net value. Let's say that there's an automobile accident and this person doesn't have enough insurance, but they have a mansion by the sea, and you're worried that they're going to sell their mansion by the sea before you can get your lawsuit or a trial lawsuit. Hanna said you want to make sure that the asset is preserved in case there is a judgment rendered against that person, so they can't transfer it and be judgment proof. Like I said, so he doesn't sell it before it takes place and then says, well, you're just going to have to sue me, and then he just never pays it. Micah's case has received international media attention. Okay, and then it goes into the rest of her story. Let me see here. Her passing also brought scrutiny to the church, where protesters continue to picket Sunday services with justice for Micah as their rallying cry. On July 8th, the church member was charged with third-degree assault and battery 5 times for spraying protesters with a sprinkler last month. Miller has steadfastly maintained he did not abuse Micah and that he is simply a grieving husband struggling to cope with her passing. I didn't see that. All right, I wanted to share that with you guys. We're going to go into a couple TikTok videos here because we're going to cover some of this flow stuff now. And if you want that article, here is the link for that. Hopefully it fits in chat. Well, Steph, his son showed up last weekend at the church service. Yeah. His son had came to the church last Sunday. I'm mad for him, but not his follower. Oh, you mod for that person? Yeah. You'll see what I mean. Because I just came across it doing my own prep and, looking up things. And I was like, what the hell? Yeah. It was nuts.
Yeah, I also didn't know.
Yeah, it's just do your own homework, people. I'm not here to, I'll give you a heads up, but that's not what my channel's about. That's everybody can do their own. And it's all public. This is only because JP doesn't have any liquid assets. If Micah's family wins civil suit, they will only get a judgment. Right. It's similar to where he could literally move to Florida where the law, he could move to Florida where the laws are different and then not have to ever pay. Just like OJ did. That's why he moved to Florida. Because in Florida, they can't go after certain stuff. So I'll go live in Florida and golf all the time.
Good plan.
Mm-hmm. Bo Rivers, that's a catch. The land belongs to a 501c3. It's different than a regular divorce when assets are solely owned. Okay. So what? All the vehicles? I mean, the house was transferred into the church, so maybe that land should be established as a shelter. That's what I was saying, SOC. Like when we first came across there and I took that video where I pan from left to right, that's where I'm saying, like, when you look at there's no facilities for females that are being abused in Horry County. And that's why I was saying that whole land right there should be turned into a facility where it's enclosed. It's got a hair shop. It's got a little theater. It's got all the stuff that can help these victims feel some kind of normalcy without having to go out in public to go to a movie with their kid or something and be in fear that because they're going to the movie or they're going bowling that they're going to get stalked and harassed and hurt. And so when you look at that property and how big it is, it would be such a beautiful thing to have this whole thing just enclosed going all the way around. And then inside you got a hair, like a salon, and you got a masseuse, and you got bowling alley, and you got basketball courts, and you got movie theater and all these different things. Yes, SOC, like all inclusive and safe, that they can, like little shopping stores, so you can go shopping and feel like the normalcy of things, because that's one of the things. You go to a facility, but once you walk outside those doors, you just don't know. So then you're still enclosed in that abusive bubble, even though that you're not in that abusive bubble anymore, because mentally, wherever you go, you don't know what's going to happen. And so I think it would be the land is huge. I'm glad that there's nothing being done with that land, because I honestly feel, and it's why I brought up David Koresh back then too, because I was like, man, it makes you wonder with how big that property is. It makes you wonder what they were gonna build. Was it gonna be a frickin' compound, man?
I think so.
With how much property, like, man, it's secluded. It's not on the corner of a busy street. It's off the side of the highway where there's a bunch of houses on one side, and on the other side is just a bunch of trees. And so with the way that they tear the trees down, they leave the, it's all the only part that would have been exposed is the front. All the rest of it would have been hidden by trees, like thick, dense forest.
That is suspicious, I think.
ET says, I think it matters when he added assets under the church, right? Transferring the house. Like, who knows about the vehicles even? He added them after the divorce filing. Proof of hiding assets, correct. Correct. All right. So we're going to get into a couple of TikTok videos here. We might have to save the deleted sermons for another episode, but I think so far we're okay. So this is, I'll share the link. This is True Crime Re. I'm a little confused what this video is for.
Okay.
I don't know, but we're going to check it out. It's some guy with a belt buckle.
Okay.
And I'm not going to play the music. Oh, whatever. Here. We'll just go ahead and play it, and then we'll just mute it out at the end.
Who I think they mad, pissed off just a tad. I'm living how I wanna live, just tell them kiss my ass. Yeah, they look a little sad. Now I ain't trying to brag, but I'm gonna run it up like a drunk man's tab with a smirk up on my face.
What is that? I don't even know what that is.
I don't understand.
You think ET says, I think True Crime Re was trying to say shut the fuck up. Well, then why don't you? I mean, I showed what True Crime Re could do at the end of the protest yesterday. I said, you can just walk up and go, hey, guess what, guys? It's me, True Crime Re. See you later. Thank you for hopping in. This is me. Show up on camera. Show up on camera. What? Listen, you go to, this is what TikTok is. It's a lot of this. Hey guys, guess what's going on? Yeah, we got this update. Da 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 da. That's what TikTok mostly is. Why aren't you not putting your face on TikTok, Ree? If you're real, True Crime Ree, if you're not Susie, why don't you put your face on the camera? Hi, I'm on camera.
We all are.
So whatever that video was, I don't know either. All right, so hold on one second. I got to clear some of these tabs here. All right, here's the next one. Okay. Well, I did. Okay, this is okay. I didn't realize that I have this one as one of the things we were going to go in through. So I was kind of telling you about something a couple minutes ago about a certain somebody. True Crime Re posted this. And I think this was dropped in our mod chat in the last day or two. So it's kind of interesting because this is one of the things that I came across a few weeks ago. This was from 620. I came across it a few weeks ago, and then I started to kind of look into it, and I was like, holy crap. So here's a little video. Here's the link for this. It's also from True Crime Re. And I'm going to have to say, honestly, that I agree with, normally I don't agree or understand the videos, but this one I do agree with, and it's yeah, it's alarming. Hold on, let me unmute it. Yeah, this is one I came across a couple weeks ago when I was going through prep.
And here's the disturbing evidence I'm about to show you. In this video, I cannot allow the audio to be played because allegedly, off screen, the father is having his way with his son.
Oh, the dramatics are just.
The child is screaming in the background.
Ugh.
And I have watched the video, I have heard the video. It's not good.
Okay, so we need to talk about this. In one of Robbie's recent videos, he is talking about these children that have been abused by their father, who is like this big Hollywood executive who like had produced Law and Order or something like that. And Robbie shows a blurred out version of the children talking about what their father did. And then he says, I have video footage of the father SAing the son, but I have taken out the audio because it's too horrific. I have so much to say about this. First of all,
see what I'm saying? This is why I was saying, especially when it comes to, listen, I'm there, boots on the ground. I'm there talking to these people that somebody claims that they're in contact with, getting information, and then going on their fucking shows pretending like they're telling you the fucking truth, and it's a bunch of bullshit. Okay? And until a couple weeks ago, because I've been there this whole time, so I've known the bullshit, okay? But I'm not here, I'm not here to be about it like that. But in my mind, I'm sitting here going, dude, I already know what you're saying. I'm watching your shows. When you're doing Q&As, when it's not scripted and typed out for you, when you're doing Q&As, it's obvious. And if people are getting bamboozled by you going, well, that's a good question. Well, according to my sources, I would have to say, and in my mind, I'm like, dude, I'm there. That's not the fucking truth. Okay, that's fine. If people want to get bamboozled by people with dramatic sounds and well scripted words that chat AI and all this other stuff, that's fine. Okay, because YouTube is entertainment. It is what it is. I have a different approach as a journalist. I consider myself a journalist, and I try and report the truth, all theories, thoughts, and opinions, and I try and give you the information that makes sense to me and what doesn't make sense to me. Okay? I'm never going to, yes, I work with people. Am I going to sit there and tell you everything? No. No. Am I going to sit there and make a show about how I know more than you and I'm not telling you? No. Because if anybody is part of anything, you don't say shit because you don't say shit. You know what I'm saying? So when I came across this, that's when I was like, okay, I don't even want to see this person's name in my chat, because if you type it, I'm deleting it. And that's where it got to at a certain point as I started digging in more into this stuff. And I'm sitting here going, I don't want to see this person's name in my chat. And I know some people thought that it had something to do with some kind of personal thing, and it wasn't anything personal. And that's because people didn't do their own homework and look to see. Because if you do your own homework and you look to see this stuff, and I'm telling you right now, there's a lot. There is a lot. You wouldn't want to see that name in your chat either. Because when you're trying to do the right thing, when you're trying to be about the right thing, and when you're about the right thing, you don't ever want to associate with this shit. And if somehow, because nobody's perfect, if somehow there is some kind of, you back the fuck away if you're about the right fucking person, about the right thing. You back the fuck away. And so I've been getting a lot of messages the last couple weeks about how I just don't like it because no, it's called I know what is the truth and what's not the truth because I'm boots on the ground and I communicate with people that you guys don't even know. And I'm tired of hearing the lies, and I'm tired of hearing the theatrics, and I'm tired of hearing the according to my sources, 10 to 15. That's a good question. Like, I'm tired of hearing it. But when I hear this, that's when, hey, I clicked on this link. It was part of the 6 TikTok episodes we were going through. It is what it is. You guys need to see it. You guys can do the rest for yourself. That's why I don't want to see that person's name in my chat. That's why I delete it when somebody types this person's name in my chat. It has nothing to do with anything personal. It has everything to do with being about the right thing, doing the right thing, and giving that 150 to somebody else. And it's going to be crazy.
Yeah, of course.
Harvey, random creator on TikTok who is not an FBI agent, not involved in any way with the law.
Get your news from Fitz News. It's not secret sources. It's you get your news from Fitz News. You don't work with Fitz News, which you've claimed in a live. You don't work with the FBI because if you did, the FBI would be shut the fuck up. Or they wouldn't even continue to give you information because you keep spewing that. You see what I'm saying? Look, if people want to be bamboozled, that's on them. But do your homework and see. Just like Jay for Justice said, we're going to be covering that video tonight in Sebastian Rogers' video where we're having Busby and Narc Divers on tonight. It's the same thing. Do the research of these people that are on this platform because there's a lot of people out there pretending like they're one thing and they really ain't that. What am I saying? Here's the link, Chaz. Why don't you just listen to all this yourself and then go ahead and continue to look for all the other public information that's out there because it's all public. It was all public for me.
Or with Child Protective Services or anything. He's just a random social media influencer. Why does Robbie Harvey have access to a video of a father essaying his son?
And if you do, bro, I hope it's not on your computer, buddy. I hope it's not on your computer. Because if it's on your computer, SpaghettiOs.
And why has he watched it? And why is he putting it up on his social media?
SpaghettiOs.
Answer me that. In my opinion, that is incredibly disturbing. If I received a video like that,
you call the authorities.
To the police.
Right.
I would feel.
You call the authorities. You don't sit there and. Oh, my Lord. See what I'm saying? My sources tell me 10 to 15.
Very disturbed
to
be in possession of a video like that. Okay.
You call the authorities.
My first thought would not be, let me put this on TikTok. I want to make it clear that everything I say about Robbie Harvey, or anyone else for that matter, is always speculation. It's always my opinion. But in my opinion, I don't believe that Robbie Harvey is a safe person to be talking about these things. I don't think that he has enough knowledge around this area. And I simply think that he puts out content.
Right. I'm boots on the ground.
With the algorithm that will make him money.
Right.
Saw how his
I'm boots on the ground. Give me a break.
And exploiting women, right? And then after he got called out, now he's in his child advocate era. Now he's in his family court era.
Watch.
And talking about how important it is to save the children. This is a very calculated move, in my opinion. Same type of thing that like QAnon did. If you make vulnerable people believe that there is a huge issue with children, especially when you bring like SA and pedophilia into the mix and things like that, it plays on people's empathy and it plays on.
Just wait till you see how he manipulates women. Trust me, it's out there.
Fear.
Yikes.
And that is going to grant you a lot of money, a lot of profit, because those videos are going to go viral. That's just about the best shock value content that you can get. How the creativity program beta works. It's this new thing on TikTok. They didn't always have this, but they have had it for a little while now. And if you make videos that are longer than a minute, And if they have good watch time and if they go viral, especially, you can make so much fucking money off those videos. All it has to be is mostly your personal content, and you can rake in the money. And to see that most of his videos go viral, he's making thousands per month. And when he said things like, oh, they won't pay you if it's about abuse, no, that's not true. He has gone from exploiting women and now he is exploiting children. And not only that, but he's exploiting the most devastating, horrific, and traumatizing stories of children that any of us have ever heard. If Robbie wants to talk about selling children for money, we should take a look in the fucking mirror.
Yeah. No, it is do your own homework, because I'm not, listen, it's already been out there. You can literally just Google RH abuse and assault. It'll pop up for you. Yeah, I got your email, Kylie. I responded to you last night. Yeah. So, yeah, it's not too hard. Trust me. Here's the next video. Yeah, talking about fellatio and everything. Yo,
Yeah.
These women that are, it's like a web of JP. Man, like us, it's out there. All right, here's another video from True Crime Re. This is from 2 days ago. Now, this is weird. It's something to do with the audio. Almost done listening to final mix down, getting rid of echo. So I'm not sure. It's a 9-second video.
My testosterone levels were low. I got them checked, I don't know, a year or two ago. And so my doctor just prescribed some lotion that you put on your feet and hands or something.
So talking about his daughter getting prescribed some lotion that you put on your hands and feet. And this says, almost done listening to final mix down, getting rid of echo. Like I said, I'm confused with these videos today.
What? Yeah.
You got some guy talking about a tear, rapping, ooh, 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 ooh. Then you got that, which, in a way, I'm kind of glad we came across it. And then this one, I don't know what you would think, and it's got Flow and True Crime Re. You would think that you would have like a snippet of, yeah, the reason that Micah was going to do this was, and then it cuts off. You know what I mean? Not like, yeah, my daughter needed lotion for your hand and feet. Well, what? Okay.
That's what they chose?
Like, okay. I don't know. I'm confused. I'm still confused why JP did that interview with the Sun News still. I don't know.
Confused. Yeah.
This one is the video that was deleted. Now, that was the video that was saying, hey, there's a delay, 5 hours due to production issues. Somebody's Wi-Fi wasn't working. Not sure. I don't know. All right. Now, here's Flow Daddy Flow. Okay. So here's Flow Daddy Flow's link. This is a video to this link. Yeah, it's disgusting. And I want to say thank you, even though I do get the information before, I just want to say thank you to anybody that does reach out to me and messages us that kind of stuff, because we will, we'll make it awareness, but I already said I was going to have a members live. I told you guys this a week ago that I was going to have a members live video where I'm going to be using some of those quote productions to show you the lies and the truth of what is really being said, who feels what's taking place, all of those things. Okay. Like, I'm not going to do it here. I'm going to do it on a members live where it's just members. You guys, I'm going to show you what's the truth. I'm fucking boots on the ground. I know what the hell is going on. in Myrtle Beach. I know what the hell's going on with the community, and I'm sorry. What's being said is not the truth. It's so easy for you guys to see that it's not the truth based. All I have to say is go to the Q&A parts of the shows and you will see how much BS is getting spewed. But we're going to break it down in a members live. That will probably be Saturday or early week after this. But probably Saturday. Flow.
The Micah Miller story. That's what we are here for. Justice for Micah. This story has rocked the nation, has rocked the globe. Today, on And I Don't Like It podcast, we have an interview with JP Miller.
Well, on the line. What's up, bro?
JP, what's up? What's up?
Not much, man. Driving in the rain.
Driving in the rain, driving in the rain. Be careful.
I didn't know that this was going to be like a recorded thing, but I assume it's being recorded.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, if I feel uncomfortable, I'm going to pretend like I have to get off the phone for a moment.
There you go.
It's going to be like a fake wreck or something.
What kind of student were you?
I hung out with rednecks. I was unsaved. You know, I was in church my whole life. I served my whole life in church. That's kind of what we were raised to do.
Have you seen the footage in the pawn shop that's all over the internet of her in the pawn shop? Have you saw that footage?
I've only looked at.
In general, were there ever threats made between, like, in your rocky relationships or whatever whatever was going on? Were there any threats from you to Micah behind closed doors, or is there anything like in police report or anything like that that ever went on?
What do you mean, like a threat?
That was it. What's up, JP? JP Chaz. Better hurry up because the indictments are coming and all you ham sandwiches, right? This is usually these things are recorded. Is it record? Yeah.
With JP Miller.
Well, on the line. What's up, bro?
JP.
What's up, Flo?
What's up? What's up?
Not much, man. Driving in the rain.
Driving in the rain, driving in the rain. Be careful.
I didn't know that this was going to be like a recorded thing, but I assume it's being recorded.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, if I feel uncomfortable, I'm going to pretend like I have to get off the phone for a moment.
There you go.
It's going to be like a fake wreck or something.
What kind of student were you?
I hung out with rednecks. I was unsaved. You know, I was in church my whole life. I served my whole life in church. That's kind of what we were raised to do.
Have you seen the footage in the pawn shop that's all over the internet of her in the pawn shop? Have you saw that footage?
I've only looked at.
In general, were there ever threats made between, like, in your rocky relationships or whatever whatever was going on? Were there any threats from you to Micah behind closed doors, or is there anything like in police report or anything like that that ever went on?
What do you mean, like a threat?
What do you mean, like a threat? Is that why he got so angry and he looked at the camera in that interview with the Sun News and said, "People are saying that I hit Micah. I did not hit Micah." Because Flo said something. People on the streets is telling me that you'd hit Micah. No.
Yeah, that's why he got so quiet there before he asked.
Oh boy. All right, so here's another video that can't something. Hold on. So that was Flo Daddy Flo. Flo Daddy Flo. If anybody's joining late, trust me, you'll want to check out the whole episode. We go through the new interview that JP had with the Sun News. We discussed the articles. We got another article to read coming up here in a few minutes. We're going to be talking about the other potential victims. Not a secret source, from Fitz News. Okay. Here's this video. This is 6 minutes. This is talking. It says JP denies posting the pic of Micah and slashing her tires. He claims the apology letter from him exists because Micah said she would get back on her meds if he wrote it and demanded $10K from him. Wow, it's the first I heard of that. He also said, like, yeah, Micah demanded $10,000 from him, probably for the Kenya project. I mean, that's probably where she would have demanded. Look, I can't keep spending my own money, right?
Right.
I need this money to fund this thing in Kenya. He also said that Pastor Jumba backed her up. It would be interesting to hear what Pastor Jumba has to say about this. I wonder if Pastor Jumba would be available for contact. I wonder if we could reach out to Pastor Jumba and talk to Pastor Jumba.
I don't see why not.
Right? Hear his side of everything. Because he's not... it would be his side. It's not like we'd be asking any information that would only be privy to law enforcement.
Yeah.
We would just be asking his side of what took place. That's it. When a toddler is, not that we would ask anything beyond what would interfere with an investigation, because that's not what we're about. When a toddler is lying to you and all you can do is laugh because it's so ridiculous, is what also is captioned on this video. So this is a 6-minute, 13-second video here.
There ever threats made between, like, in your rocky relationships or whatever was going on? Were there any threats between either from you to Micah or Micah to you, either that was behind closed doors, or is there anything like in police report or anything like that ever went on?
What do you mean, like a threat?
No, okay, like a serious threat. Like when you get to it with your spouse, sometimes you might say something, or she might say something, or you might say something. You might say, "I'm gonna do this to you," or "I'm gonna do that to you," or any of that. Was that? And it could be normal where it didn't mean nothing. I'm just saying, was it that? Did it get to that level? That's what I'm saying. Like the arguments.
That's rambling, so he gets lost in the question. He's lost now. You rambled.
There's a video of me. I met her at Honda. Well, I was at Honda first, and I was taking her mail to somebody who was going to bring it to her. When I saw her, I just went and gave her a mail. She was saying something she's going to do. I forget what it was. It was just something done. She wasn't in her right mind. But when I said back to her, I said, I'm going to put the pictures of you and somebody else up on Facebook. Somebody thought that was me saying something.
And somebody else?
No, I would never do that. But I did threaten in that moment.
Whoa! So he was, oh my gosh. Okay, so this is crazy. So we know that he, right, posted a photo of Micah on Facebook, and we know what the photo was. It was a nude photo. That's the only thing that we've known that he posted, which he admitted. We didn't know anything else. He just says right here he was going to also post a picture with her and somebody else. Now, we have heard, based off of Micah's allegations, that he was forcing her to do things or witness other things with other people. Did he not only get a nude photo to post, but did he also get a photo of Micah involved in something? When it comes to also, because if you're talking about a nude photo, is this also a nude photo with somebody else? Listen to this part again.
That moment, I think I did threaten. I said, well, if you do that to me, I'm going to show the pictures of you and this boy.
And this boy.
And then I walked away. Of course.
And this boy.
I said that so she did something she shouldn't have done on March 11th, something she would never in a zillion years do, ever, when she's on medication.
Hold on. It's not going back. Here we go.
I mean, there's a video of me. I met her at Honda. Well, I was at Honda first.
Watch.
I was taking her mail to somebody who was going to bring it to her. When I saw her, I just went and gave her a mail. She was saying something that she's going to do. I forget what it was. It was just something done. She wasn't in her right mind. But when I said back to her, I said, I'm going to put the pictures of you and somebody else up on Facebook. Somebody thought that was me saying something. But no, I would never do that. But I did threaten in that moment. I think I did threaten. I said, well, if you do that to me, I'm going to show the pictures of you and, this boy. Something, and then I walked away. Of course, never did it. I said that so she did something she shouldn't have done on March 11th, something she would never in a zillion years do, ever, when she's on medication.
Mm-hmm.
She did something that she only does when she's off medication. And that's how I knew that she was mentally ill and needs help, was on that day, which was March 11th. And there were some pictures taken of her and somebody else doing something inappropriate. And so when I was taking her mail and she said something, I forget what she said, it doesn't matter. But I said, well, if you do that, I'm going to put pictures of you and that boy up on Facebook.
The rumor was that you did post naked pictures and took it down. So I'm trying to clear that now, because that's like really what people think. People
for
really
an hour.
think that's what's really out there.
For an hour.
So it's not that. So you never. It wasn't naked pictures, and you never posted whatever you said you were gonna post. Right? Is that what you're saying?
I don't think there's I don't think there's a naked picture of her out there anywhere.
Yeah, I know. But
he admitted. See, this is why the guy that's talking to him should have said, "Well, you said in an email response that it was just for an hour, and you did it because she was bringing up your sin, and you were mad and wanted to get back at her, and so it was an evil thing, and you wanted forgiveness." Like, well, then what about this email? Like, this is why this, when it comes to True Crime Re, or Flow Daddy Flow now, I guess. Where's the real questions that go along with the story that's being promoted? Well, it's like this video that I put out a couple days ago. When it comes to what's on your flash drive and CDs, JP, because every single church service is recorded. Every single church service is and was recorded. And so when you got people up there like, the mafioso, freaking Jesse Duplantis up there bragging about buying planes and jets and giving them away and all these other things, the embellishments are also being recorded. All of the embellishments, perfect record. Now, I've had people reach out to me and say that once all this took place with Micah, I've been told that people were saying that they were reaching out to the church members, asking them to turn in their CDs. Now, I don't know if it's true or not, because I haven't been able to ask somebody that goes there. But I wouldn't be surprised if the church members were asked to turn in all their CDs. Whatever CDs you have, just bring them on in. Because people were able to take these services, get a copy to bring home so they could watch them at home. And when you're talking 150 services, that's a year and a half, 3 years worth of services right there. It's not a very big catalog. A CD, DVD takes up that much space. You could literally have a huge library, and I'm sure the church has a humongous library of every single service that goes back how far. So when you're talking about the embellishments, you're talking about everything being recorded, whether it's true or not. There's plenty of times that they could probably say that, we raised $9,000 when really they only got 4,500. Those embellishments, there's a perfect record for that too. They sold their CDs. I don't know if they sold them. They offered them and made them available to people that wanted to take those sermons and then study them by themselves in a small group, a discipleship group, wherever. They were able to have whatever service. Every service was recorded. So that's why I'm saying, what's on your flash drive? I already think Micah had a flash drive that had everything that she and also gave a copy to a friend, which is why the investigation started right away with the financials after Micah's passing. Right away with the financials. I think she gave the flash drive to a friend and said, if something happens to me, like I told you something would happen to my family, then let this thing go. Let it out. Show it to people, give it to this person, whatever. What's on your flash drive? What's on your CDs? Because, man, I'm going to tell you right now, I bet you there's a whole bunch of embellishments being said on that stuff. Oh, you go there, Chaz? You currently attend Solid Rock, huh? I don't recognize your face. If that's your real face on your icon photo, I don't recognize your face. So, if you are, I haven't seen you. Sorry. Haven't seen you. Well, no, how about you come say hi, Chaz? How about at the protest? I'll be there this weekend. Why don't you come say hi and say I'm Chaz? Because let's see if you really look like your icon photo there. Because I don't remember seeing anybody that looks like you. And I've been there month and a half, 2 months. I haven't seen you before. Come say hi, Chaz.
But yeah, they said that you posted it, took it right back down. That was the rumor. Not that it's out there.
Oh no, that's the apology letter. So
okay.
The last time I saw her, when I finally got to the end of our 4 hours, I said, "What would it take for me to get you back on medication before something bad happens?" She said, "Okay, here's what you got to do." She said, "You'll write an apology to me for the following things." And she listed a whole bunch of crazy stuff. She said, "If you tell me you're sorry for that stuff and make it really good and give me $10,000, I'll take my medicine." And I said, "Okay, I don't have $10,000. She said, "Well, I want to move to Africa." I said, "Well, how about this? How about I give you $1,000 as an apology?" She said, "Okay." And she said, "But it has to be handwritten." I thought that was weird. And then she handed me an apology that she wrote out of her diary, her actual diary, not the one that people are making up, but like a real diary, which is all about our vacations and poems and stuff like that.
Okay.
She wrote this apology to me, handwrote it, I have a picture of it.
Mm-hmm.
Come say hi.
Diary, and half of it's unusual, the other half is normal. It's just, you can tell she's not mentally right. But anyway, and I said, "You'll do that?" I said, "You run your medicine?" She said, "Yeah." I said, "Okay." I said, "I have a check for tomorrow." And I said, I'll go ahead and write you an apology. She said, "Okay." So she left. So I emailed her an apology that said, "I'm so sorry for everything, da-da-da." And she said, "That is not what I said to write. I said to write one with all the details. Apologize for doing this and doing this." I said, "But Micah, I didn't do those things." She said, "Yes, you did." And so then I text Reverend Randall and I said, "Hey," I said, "I think I have my win. I think I finally got it. If I give her $1,000 and I write an apology for a bunch of stuff that I didn't do that she has in her head, I said, she'll get back in her medicine and then she'll understand I didn't do it. She'll be okay. What do you think?" And he said, and I have all this, of course, my affidavit and I have the email and everything. He said, "No." He said, "You don't apologize for something you didn't do. That's not wise. and you shouldn't do it, blah blah blah. So I said, okay. Well, I did it anyway, and so I sent that apology letter that everybody's reading, and it'd be easy for me if I wanted to lie, I would just say I never wrote it.
Right.
There's my name's not on it. There's no signature. I could have typed out. All I got to do is lie and say that's bogus. Somebody made that up.
Right.
There's no proof.
Right.
And I did write it, and I wrote it exactly. So I wrote it how I thought she wanted. Well, then she tells me, and she tells me through Africa. She texts Pastor Jumba in Africa. I paid for that was my last hurrah. Was I paid for him to come to America to try to get her back to her medicine because she really respected him, and they spent 4 days together. And he was so close to doing it. But anyway. She messaged him and said, John Paul.
But anyway,
apology letter, but it's supposed to be written by hand. And he called me up. He says, "Brother, you got to do it by hand." And I thought that sounds weird. You know what? I don't think I'm going to do that. I feel like somebody's setting me up. And it was just a few days later I got the separation papers, and I guess the apology letters in there saying I'm sorry for slashing tires, or sorry for I don't know what it said. Whatever she's thinking happened, or I did. And so that's why people thought there was a negative picture, which there isn't.
Gotcha. It was an apology letter.
The threat was me exposing her and her inappropriate behavior.
Okay. So
it's just a bunch of rambling. It's so hard to follow him. You almost have to watch it twice because, like, but anyway, but anyway. It's like, what? Ooh. Yikes. All right, here's that video if you guys want to check this out. My gosh. All right, so now we're going to get into this article from Fitz News. This is discussing the potential. Why does it zoom in like that? This is going to be discussing the potential civil lawsuits, stuff like that coming up. This is from Fitz News. Now, this is about multiple alleged victims reportedly preparing to come forward. Okay, hot dog steak. Thank you. Appreciate you. Later. Somebody else works with the FBI now. Chaz, right? Chaz says, my FBI handler is such a jealous man. Yep. Well, you know what? We don't hang out with people that compromise investigations.
There you go.
So you can go to another channel. I'm sure somebody else would appreciate your source material. Sources tell me that's a difficult question.
You're getting too good at that. Oh.
Just wait for the members only, because it won't just be the voice. All right.
Oh no.
It won't just be the voice. I'm gonna give you the hand movements, the eye twitches, the fake tears. I'm gonna give it all to you. Trust me. Okay.
Okay. We expect it now.
Look, yeah. I was in theater class in school. So, it's one of those things that's been in my blood since youth, where the acting bug, I like the voices, and it's kind of difficult. Like if I'm in person, I can give you the body movements and all that other stuff, but over the camera, most of the time I can just give you the voices, so that's why you just get a lot of voices on the show. But it says Micah Miller, civil lawsuits on the horizon, multiple alleged victims reportedly preparing to come forward. This was from just a couple days ago, not some special sourcing. This is just an article from Fitz News. All right. Now it says, in the weeks of last week's news that list pendants had been filed on properties owned by South Carolina pastor John Paul Miller, sources familiar with the various investigations and scandals swirling around the embattled preacher, informed our media outlet that multiple civil lawsuits were in the works against him relating to allegations of SA. Miller, the founder of Solid Rock Ministries, and I apologize, I have to zoom this close because I do go to Fitz News quite often. And I can't afford the $8 a month just to read a Fitz News article every once in a while, so I just have these screenshots. See? We just use that money and give it to the communities instead of giving it to that. But shout out Fitz News. The founder of Solid Rock Ministries in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, has found himself in the national limelight following the mysterious passing of his late wife, Micah Miller. As exclusively reported by this media outlet, 2.5 months ago, Miller's body was discovered in the Lumber River State Park near Orem, North Carolina on April 27th. 2024, based on forensic evidence and a 911 call placed by Micah, investigators determined she passed as a result of self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head. However, this conclusion has been greeted with skepticism as her friends and family members have accused JP of waging a campaign of extreme harassment, coercive control, and abuse in the weeks and months leading up to her passing. Our audience will recall Micah Miller sued her husband for divorce less than 2 weeks prior to her passing. John Paul Miller was served was with less than 48 hours before she passed. Come on, computer. Court records have supported abuse allegations against J.P. Miller, including an explosive custody filing submitted 6 weeks ago by his first wife, Allison, Allie Williams. This custody filing, which was also reported exclusively by this news outlet, offered the public its first glimpse into the potential SA allegations against Miller. See, this right here, it's Fitz News. It's not secret sources that other people claim. It's Fitz News, y'all. The bombshell complaint filed on May 31st, 2024 provided additional explosive detail. Come on, computer. Explosive details to a story many thought couldn't possibly experience more twists and turns. It's also featured multiple exhibits in support of Williams' petition. Exhibits which contained disturbing revelations that peeled back more ominous layers of the still unfolding saga. Whoa. Exhibits which contain disturbing revelations that peeled back more ominous layers of the still unfolding saga. That is some powerful stuff. Yikes. Yeah, I blocked him. Are you into Jay? I'm not into the troll shit. He can go to somebody else's channel. It was too much. Too many. Don't need it. We're about peace, positivity, and progress here. I want to do a contribution call out to Jennifer Waldron. Thank you for becoming a member. Appreciate you very much. And we'll be having a special, if you were in the show a little bit ago, we'll be having a special members only. We're having another one, part 2, going through all my footage. That'll be coming up. But the other one about the truth and the smoke screen. And you'll know what I mean if you rewind it a little bit. Thank you so much. Appreciate the support for the show. Yes, I did. According to Williams' complaint, she and John Paul Miller separated after she became aware of his affair with Micah. If you know who he is, are you into Jay? Tell me, because I don't appreciate it. According to Williams' complaint, she and John Paul Miller separated after she became aware of his affair with Micah, who had been their family nanny. Micah was married to Miller's best friend Jeremy Deese at the time of the affair. According to the affidavit, Williams said John Paul told her that in addition to his affair with Micah, he had employed prostitutes and had been sexually inappropriate with several underage female members of their church. Per his ex-wife, Miller blamed his immoral sexual behaviors on abuse he allegedly experienced for years at the hands of his father. Remember when I said monsters just don't grow overnight? They're fed evil. Incidentally, Reg Miller is also likely to be a target of impending civil actions, according to our sources. Very interesting. Not just JP, but Mr. Daddy Wayne. Despite the church's recommendation that John Paul Miller enroll into an extensive sexual addiction program, according to the complaint, he did not attend the program as promised. Miller has failed to seek treatment for his deviant sexual addictions and behaviors. And it says, the complaint alleged. Nonetheless, Miller was allowed to continue serving as pastor of the growing congregation of Solid Rock at Market Common. Whether or not any of the upcoming civil lawsuits are tied to the allegations in Williams' complaint is unknown, but sources have indicated that there have been multiple victims that have come forward and multiple attorneys involved. Stay tuned. Stay tuned to Fitz News. Yikes. So not just JP.
That is interesting.
It's Daddy Wayne too.
I mean, probably not surprising, but interesting. Yeah.
And how many victims, and this is what, oh my gosh, this is the horrible part about it. When you think about both of them together. The horrible thing about it is it makes you wonder if JP knew of the victims. If JP knew of the victims that his dad had committed those things against, and if he used that against those same victims for himself.
Well, yeah. I mean, probably, right?
Because if they're already, if they're already in a dark spot because of what was happening to him from Daddy Wayne, JP being the manipulator would be able to manipulate that situation to keep them in that same coercive control that was already started. Man.
Yeah.
The worst part, it says underage church members, and this was according to Allie. Underage church members. David Koresh. That's why I said it smelled a little bit like David Koresh. Just a little dash of David Koresh.
More and more.
What were they planning on doing with that property? Was it really going to become a compound? I really wonder. I wonder if there's any kind of like a design, a blueprint,
Something.
of what this church property was going to look like. Not good. It's scary, man. Very scary.
Yeah.
Yeah, we went through that was the video that we watched a little bit ago. It's his new interview with the Sun News. We watched the interview. We broke it down. I think we started it around the 1 hour mark of the show. We broke it down for about a little over an hour, I believe. Yeah. It's I've never heard him talk that badly about Micah, and I've never watched him literally spaz out like he did when he was talking about #justice for Micah. If you guys missed it, I think it's about the hour mark of the show. Definitely go check it out because we break it down. And then at the end I play it uninterrupted for you guys. I still don't understand why he did the interview because it didn't help you, bro. It didn't help you. I did want to check out this video here, and we'll probably go into the deleted sermon in another episode because we're going to watch this, and then I'm going to have to end the show for this morning, afternoon, and then I got to get ready for our show tonight with Busby and Narc Divers talking about Sebastian. We're going to be having a candid conversation regarding the Sebastian Rogers case, the updates, the searches, and everything in between since we last did our searches for Sebastian a few months ago. So you're not going to want to miss that. We all have a lot of stuff to say, and we're just going to be real and just come, from the kindness of our heart. There's no harm meant in anything that we're saying, but we are going to be real tonight. So you'll definitely want to come hang out for that. We're going to check out this Agatha May video. This is dealing with F.First Academy. Now, they were trying to have the F.First, that's the whole Kenya, the stuff in Africa. They were wanting to have the F.First over there. It makes you wonder, the F.First, what was it going to look like at the new land? And when you hear of the stuff that we just read and have known this whole time of what Ali came out and said in these court records, because we went through them in the very beginning of the show of this, of Micah's topic. Very disturbing, and it makes you wonder when it comes to the seclusion, right? It comes to the seclusion, no family, general public, make kind of like Moscow with Christ Church. Let's keep everybody in house so we control that atmosphere and what gets out of that atmosphere. And so with this F.First Academy and the fact that you heard this stuff from Allie when it comes to underage members of the church, what the hell about this school? So we're going to check out this video. Shout out Agatha May Detective Agency. I love her channel. She's awesome. And I love her personality. We got to have her on the show sometime. Agatha, anytime you're available, let us know. And we'll have you on the show. All right, we're going to check out this F.First Academy. Do they get a passing grade? Y'all already know.
Welcome to, or welcome back to, the Agatha May Detective Agency. I'm Agatha May, and in this episode, we're going to be looking at F.First Academy, the stellar school affiliated with Solid Rock Church. But before we start with that, I want to say thank you to RC and Ollie for being my first super thanks donors. Thank you so much. Also, a huge thanks to Patrick over at the Mystery Project for sharing my videos. F.First is a newcomer to the private school scene. It was only founded in 2022 and includes grades K through 9. Much like Reggie Miller's schools, Faith First isn't accredited because who needs standards? In fact, their standards are so low, they've let Reggie be a substitute teacher. And just to throw in my favorite joke, their standards are so low, they should call it the Miller School. None of the teachers at Faith First are certified with the state of South Carolina, and even though they have bachelor degrees, none of them have a degree in education. They can't really be too picky about their teachers, though, because only the full-time teachers get paid, and I'm going to guess it's not very much.
What did JP say? Daddy taught me. Get people to work for you for nothing. That's how you save money, son.
Yeah.
And what did he get in trouble for? That is Daddy Wayne. He got in trouble for making people do work for not getting paid for it. Look at this. Oh.
The part-time teachers don't get paid because they're considered volunteers. I've been told by a very reliable source that when the school first started, John Paul was trying to get all the teachers to volunteer. Well, that does sound like a profitable business model. And never mind that John Paul doesn't volunteer. He's special. At the moment, the school is down to a principal, 3 teachers, and a substitute, which sounds like the title of a low-budget 1990s sitcom that never made it past the pilot. To give you an idea of what kind of working environment you can expect at Faith First, the national average teacher turnover rate is 23%. Even Philadelphia and Boston, which have 2 of the most dangerous schools in the country, only have a 23 and 20% turnover rate, respectively. But Faith First Academy excels at losing teachers, and their turnover rate is 100%. Way to get a perfect score, Faith First, and in just 2 short years. What overachievers.
Right. What's going
The
on at that
school loves
school?
to advertise that they're the cheapest private school in Myrtle Beach. I've checked, and they actually are, but they don't seem to have an inkling that when you're pricing a product, being the cheapest isn't necessarily a selling point, because people will wonder why you're the cheapest.
Right.
I'd say that you get what you pay for, but even though Faith First is cut rate, I think you're still overpaying. Tuition at Faith First will only set you back $3,300 a year per child, unless you're a member of Solid Rock Church. Then you only pay $3,000 a year. Keep in mind that if you do attend Solid Rock, you'll be expected to tithe, and that will cost you more in the long run. You'll also have to listen to John Paul preach, and there is no way that a $300 a year discount is worth that. They also offer a multi-child discount for families. Parents have to fork out $600 a year for each child's curriculum as well, and if your child leaves the school before the end of the year, the school gets to keep the books and workbooks that you've paid for.
Ain't that crazy?
What a deal.
And guess
There's
what?
also a $50 application.
And if you don't go to the church anymore, they charge you every amount of money or your child gets kicked out of the school. That's coming from church members that used to go there, people that had, this is conversations that I've had of people that used to go there that had their children enrolled at this school, and when they wanted to not go to the church anymore, they had to pay all the money up front because they would have a payment plan. They had to pay all the money up front, and if they didn't pay all the money up front, then their child wasn't allowed to go to school the next day.
So they're just extorted, like, completely.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's from people that really went there and had their children enrolled and don't go there anymore. All of that money. Look, you got to pay us all if you walk out that door, you better pay us all this money. Otherwise, Sally's not coming to school on Monday.
Fee, and none of the fees or tuition are refundable. Once you pay, John Paul clutches his tiny little elf hands around that money and does not let go. If you'd like your child to attend Faith First, I'll question your sanity, and you'll not only have to pay the non-refundable $50 application fee, but you also have to meet with the principal so she can see if she can tolerate being around your child all day. Then the school has a board meeting to see if your little precious is good enough for their school. At least that's what's on their
Thank you, sir.
website. I'm not sure I believe that. I think they'll accept just about anyone as long as their parents will pay. I also haven't found any mention of who is on the school board. I just imagine it's John Paul at the end of a long conference table voting by himself. You might wonder what some of the parents are saying about Faith First, and the school just happens to have these reviews on their website. However, out of the 9 reviews, 1 is from one of the teachers, and 4 reviews are from 2 couples where the husband and wife have both given reviews, but the school spaced out their reviews to make it look like they aren't a couple. I've shortened the reviews so they'll fit to demonstrate what I'm talking about. John Paul really has learned how to be shady from his father. If the reviews from the parents don't convince you,
Daddy taught
maybe
him
the
best.
school's core values will.
Oh yeah, we went into the core
John
values.
Paul really likes to use.
Yeah, we went into the core values a couple days ago. This is funny. About every service that's recorded. It's part of the core values. This is crazy.
The phrase core values, which is interesting since it's usually used as corporate speak. It's almost like John Paul views the church as his business. Weird. While looking through the school's core values, this phrase stuck out to me. We have very little tolerance for strife, discord, and/or drama. Aren't those John Paul's top 3 goals for the day?
Cause strife, create discord, do all the drama. Yeah, we read the whole on a live, I think like 4 days ago. We read the whole core values section. Very interesting. Very interesting. And if you're on the website, go check out the bio of JP, because he was hanging out with gangsters, dealers, and druggies, before he found Christ in 2006.
Okay.
Yeah, you grow up. You grow up as a pastor's child. I thought you were around since birth. No, it's like, no, you've been around there since birth, man. I don't know what you mean. 2006.
Their core
What do you
values
mean?
also read, we will love and accept any person who is willing to be a maintainer of peace, but we cannot allow someone to harm our family by continuously sowing discord. Do not associate with any Christian who is a slanderer. Do not even sit down to eat with such a person. Drive out that wicked one from among you. Expel him from your church. Well, maybe this is why John Paul had trouble finding someone to go to dinner with him and had to resort to taking Susie Plain Baked Potato Skinner. Also, the wicked one's call is coming from inside the building. The core values continue with, we treat one another with great respect. We do not permit anyone to give any personal advice or suggestions unless they have first asked our permission and won our heart. Once someone feels free to tell you what you should be doing without first asking your permission and winning your heart, they have reduced you to a child, and that relationship has become manipulative. Isn't it fun when the guy who tries to manipulate everyone explains manipulation? At least he's talking about something he knows, I guess. And of course, one of the core values has to do with giving, because that's what's most important. To sum up the school's core values, don't make waves, give us money. The curriculum the school uses is the homeschool program from Bob Jones University, and that in itself is problematic. No one should be giving Bob Jones University money because it is a cesspool. It was founded in 1927 by Bob Jones Sr., who told everyone that he didn't want the college to be named after him, but he said his friends talked him into it because if his name wasn't attached to it, people would be confused. Sure, Bob. In the 1950s, Bob Jones and Billy Graham were at odds, and when Billy Graham held a campaign in Greenville, South Carolina, the college threatened to expel any student who attended. I'm usually against violence, but I'll bet Billy could have wiped the floor with Bob in a parking lot scrap. In 1960, Big Bob gave a sermon in which he stated, quote, "If you are against segregation and against racial separation, then you are against God Almighty," end quote.
What?
BJU didn't allow Black students to attend
Wow.
until 1971 and stated it was due to their interpretation of interracial dating not being biblical. Even when the Black students were allowed to attend, they had to be married to another Black person before they could enroll. In 1976, the IRS revoked the college's tax-exempt status retroactively to 1970
Oh,
due to
wow.
their discriminatory practices.
Oh, wow.
BJU took it to the Supreme Court and lost, then decided to pay $1 million in back taxes rather than change their policy.
Whoa!
They did not drop their interracial dating policy until the year 2000. How progressive of them. As a child, I attended
just
a rather
paid the
strict,
fine.
independent, fundamental private school. But even we made fun of how strict Bob Jones University was.
They just paid the
Back
fine.
in the day, they had separate sidewalks for the guys and gals because walking on the same sidewalk as the opposite sex was just too tempting and would have probably led to giant orgies of all manner of dancing and holding hands.
Whoa!
In 2014, an
Holy
independent
crap.
watch group found that BJU counselors had failed to report sexual assault and abuse to the proper authorities.
That's so
The
sad.
group also found that the college was telling their female students that the way they dressed incited their assault. BJU promptly fired the watchdog group because they didn't hire them to tell the truth. In 2023, BJU's president alleged that the board chairman of the college mishandled a Title IX investigation. Title IX has to do with the school's response to sexual assault, harassment, and their sex discrimination policy. The chairman was also accused of firing board members who didn't agree with him. Instead of investigating the allegations, the board decided to just find a new president. I guess one who wasn't so disruptive and didn't give a hoot about protecting the students. So F.First is happily funding Bob Jones University. The dress code at the school is pretty typical for the boys. Black or khaki slacks or long shorts, and a uniform shirt that has to be purchased from Land's End. But the girls, of course, have a more stringent dress code. They can also wear slacks or long shorts and skirts that don't hit more than 2 fingers above the knee, and they wear the same kinds of uniform shirts.
What?
But they are further instructed that they can't wear camouflage, nylon or spandex pants, yoga pants, or overalls. Fabrics to be avoided include stretch knit, jersey, flannel, parachute fabric, and leather.
Parachute
Well, I guess you
fabric?
can send your son to school in some
What?
sweet 1980s black leather David Lee Roth pants if you want, though.
Parachute?
Just think of the rousing rendition of Hot for Teacher he can belt out in the hallway.
What the
F.First
hell?
forbids any of the students to have their hair dyed or styled in an extreme manner, such as a mohawk, spiked, or shaved clean, because having children that are allowed to express themselves through their hairstyle will never do. F.First wants all the students to look the same, act the same, be the same. Don't step out of line. Don't make a mess.
Right.
Don't be yourself. The handful of teachers that are left at the school have a bit of history with the law, which seems to be par for the course with anything involving the Millers. Between the 5 remaining faculty, one actually has no charges. What a loser. Another only has a single ticket, but has 3 bankruptcies. I normally don't fault someone for having a bankruptcy, but when you're using them as a budgeting plan, that's a problem. Another teacher only has one traffic violation, but has an arrest for shoplifting $781 of merchandise.
Ooh,
The final contestant and the winner of Faith First Academy's Who Has the Longest Rap Sheet has 20 traffic violations and an arrest for shoplifting and trespassing at JCPenney that resulted in a $450 fine.
Dang.
Is being a shoplifter a qualification for getting a job there?
Whoa.
Is that how they get chalk and markers for the classrooms? They're so frugal. The school might not give a flying fig if their teachers are doing anything illegal, but they have rules for the students that, if broken, could result in expulsion. They are any involvement or association with drugs, vaping, or alcohol on or off campus.
That means anything that they get caught with, they get to keep the fucking money. I wonder how many times they probably planted a vape on a kid so they could keep the money and kick the kid out. Nope, they got expelled. Sorry, we got to keep the fees. Hey, Jimmy, why don't you give him a vape and see if he'll take it home with you, and then he'll get busted. It'll be in his bag at school tomorrow, and we'll bust him for it. Okay.
Bullying, threatening, harassment, and intimidation.
Then they
on
keep
or
the
off
money.
Campus. Involvement in immoral or sexual behavior on or off campus. Possession of a weapon or explosives on or off campus. Profanity and or obscenity directed at a faculty or staff member. Striking a faculty or staff member. Testing positive or refusal to take a school-mandated drug test. Threat of physical harm with or without a weapon on or off campus.
Campus, it's a building.
Possession of or sending pornography or nude images on or off campus. Illegal behavior on or off campus.
Campus, it's not a campus. It's a freaking small building that's on the church property. It's the building off to the left of the church, the little building that they got there. Campus? What? It makes you wonder, what was this for this property that was coming in the future? Was it going to be a campus? Ooh. Appreciate you, Tiffany. Hope you feel better. She got sick at work. Man, campus. It's not a campus. It's a building. Just call it a school. I don't get the whole campus. Parachute pants. What? The MC Hammer? Go Hammer. Go Hammer. Go. Go Hammer. Go Hammer. Go. You can't touch this. Dun, 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 dun. Getting sued by Rick James. You can't touch this. Remember MC Hammer? Did you know MC Hammer, Rosie? You gotta look up MC Hammer pants. All right.
Okay. I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm just trying to pretend.
Too legit. Too legit to quit, right? That was too legit to quit. That's how it went. Hey.
Okay.
hey. Right? Too legit to quit. Yeah. You gotta look it up, Rosie. You gotta look it up.
I will. I'm gonna look it up now.
Hammer pants. Parachute material. Yeah, you guys know I brought you back there for a minute. Did the hey, yeah, and then the hey, the up, how it changed. Yeah, you know what I mean.
So not only would the majority of the teachers be expelled, but so would John Paul Miller. I do realize that there are different rules for adults versus students, but the adults, especially the one who owns the school, should be setting an example. And I don't mean an example of what not to do. Faith First doesn't make enough money with just tuition, so they force parents to assist with at least one fundraiser a year. It looks like in the past it's been a garage sale.
And that's just one, but this is another thing that the ex-church member that had their children enrolled at Faith First Academy told me. They have you so busy doing this and that and this and that. And oh, well, if you're, oh gosh, I'd hate for something to happen to damn it, that's my kid. Okay, all right, I'll do it. They manipulate them into doing all of this other stuff at no cost.
Yeah, well, you pay them.
Oh, when these people that I talk to are gonna be safe because there's a reason they don't want to be they don't even want their voice recorded because he will find out, and then all of a sudden they'll get a letter with a lawsuit being threatened. These people are so freaking scared. Hey CJ, come on over here. Okay. Are you live? Yeah, I'm live. Come on over here. I want to talk to you. Okay. Once the day it happens that these people feel safe talking about, man, there's going to be so much stuff is just going to be like, what the hell, man? And how the people that are still there, how they don't know about this. That's why I said I felt bad for him before, because it was probably people that were, had their signed their house over to the church and couldn't get out of the legal document if they wanted to leave, signed over their inheritance, their retirements, all these different things where they're legally bound because they all have to sign contracts. So even if you leave, your property is still owned from the church because it's a legal contract. I'm not so sorry for these people anymore that still go there, because I've experienced some of the souls where they're driving and they do this as they're driving away. Like, what church member waves this at you as they're driving out the church parking lot? You see the way that they're acting as they're going in and when they're leaving. You saw Sprinkler Boy. Different things. You've had plants coming up over us to us the last few weeks. Hey, you should do this. Hey, you should do this. Hey, you should do this. We even had one in chat here a little bit ago. You guys should take this inside. Okay, Chaz Troll, give me a break. It's about peace, positivity, and progress. This whole narrative, that's why I'm saying they probably planted shit just to kick them out so they could have the money.
Yeah. Seems like something they do.
Yeah, one of them I talked to, Vivian. She drives around and waits for me to not be around anybody so she can pull up next to me and say, hey, can we chat for a few minutes? And then I go off for 5-10 minutes and we kind of discuss. She's one that is really close to JP's mother. She's friends with JP's mother. She understands the stuff that's going on in the church. She knows, you know what I mean? Like everything that's being put out there about the weirdness and all that stuff. She doesn't even go to the church anymore, but she's still friends with JP's mom and, some of the other family that are immediate family of JP, not daddy, not Daddy Wayne or anybody like that, but other members of the family that are respectable, if you catch my drift. Here, let me get rid of that for a second. All right. So that's not surprising. And with this whole, it makes you wonder what the F.First Academy was going to be like in Kenya.
Yeah.
Why is she? No, she's not going anymore, Vivian. She used to go. She goes to another church now and has been going to another church now. This was before she started going to another church before Micah's passing, because she was seeing some weird stuff and she's like, I'm going to go to another church. Yeah. You won't see her and you won't hear from her. Trust me. Yeah, I'm not gonna. There's a lot of conversation. That's why when I'm doing these protests, Some of the time it may seem like I'm not hearing something or I'm not. It's not that. It's I have to literally walk away and go, have these
Yeah.
conversations because I can't with what I'm doing. The knowledge I need as much knowledge as I can for the intuition to work at its finest. And so it's going to include conversations that, aren't meant for air because these people, like I said, these people already know just their voice.
Of course, yeah.
They would be able to find out who it is, and then they're getting letters from a legal professional. Just go back to the first couple protests, and you'll see it had already started because some of those people were saying things, and then JP. This is how I know JP's been watching my stuff since back then because when the second protest we were there, one of the ex-church members came up to me and said, "Hey, JP was watching your video and he heard what I said and now I'm getting a legal letter." Like these people know, like it already started. That's why a lot of these people, hey, it is what it is. We're not about being first. We're not about trying to have the most flashy. What it is it's about the information. It's about relaying that information to you based off of what makes sense and what doesn't make sense. And I want to give you the best concept that I can based off the most information. And if that means that I just chill in the cut and I have conversations that don't get aired, it is what it is. And it's not that I'm necessarily telling you everything that is being told to me, but I'm giving you stuff that I can either confirm that's what's out there is what is true and what I'm hearing, or I can bring it up in a general conversation so you guys can have more information when it comes to your guys' thought process on what makes sense and what doesn't make sense. And that way nothing is being there's trust on both sides. There's trust with you and there's trust with them. Because that's the quickest way that we can get to the truth. And everybody be safe at the same time. And I definitely don't want anybody to have to feel unsafe just to have a conversation. That's not what we're about. It's always about everybody's comfort. I just don't appreciate people that come to me for the comfort, like Grandma Robin, and then wants to make up shit because she told me something she wasn't supposed to tell me, which wasn't even real. When it came to evidence, because that could have hindered an investigation, what Grandma Robin said to me. It could have hindered an investigation because she made up evidence that was not true and reported it as fact, and she knew it. All right, just a couple more minutes left on this one. Do they get a passing grade? Shout out Agatha May. I don't think they get a passing grade. And from everything I'm hearing so far, based on what she's saying and then what I know, it seems like it's just a money grab. And that's about it.
I'm sure the parents love that. Their big fundraising event of the year, though, is the Ron Kaufman Golf Tournament. Ron is Mark Kaufman's father. This is the second
Mark Kaufman, guess what he owns, everybody?
year of the tournament, and boy, howdy, are they proud of it.
Crocodile Rocks.
You have to pay to play. It's $125 for a single or $500 for a team. And you also get breakfast, lunch, water, and Gatorade in that price. I know you're probably thinking that F.First is being very generous, throwing breakfast and lunch at the golfers. But they ask for the food to be donated. But what if you want to be more than a food donor? What if you want to do something bigger and better than giving Pop-Tarts and soggy sandwiches? Well, you can be a sponsor. For $200, you can be a whole sponsor, H-O-L-E, whole. I really think they could have come up with a better name for that.
Yikes.
Your business will be advertised on the course, on t-shirts, the school website, and social media. For $2,000, you can either be a goodies bag sponsor, a longest drive sponsor, or a closest to the pin sponsor. For that, you get the same perks as the whole sponsor, and you also get a team entry. So instead of paying $200 to be a whole sponsor and $500 for a team entry, you can pay $1,300 more for absolutely nothing. This is some of that fancy math. For $4,000, you can sponsor a child to go to F.First Academy, and that includes a whole sponsor and a team entry and the warm, fuzzy feeling of knowing you're helping a child go to a subpar, pun intended, school. And if you really want to show everyone how much money you don't care about giving to an absolutely unworthy cause, you can be a presenting sponsor for $10,000. Well, that sounds downright luxurious. For 10 grand, you also get to be a whole sponsor and get a team entry, but your business name gets to be on the front of the t-shirt. You know, the side no one can see when someone is golfing. Also, from the photos I saw of last year's tournament, the only people wearing the t-shirts were the school staff. The thought of starting a fundraiser to buy all the sponsorships and having all of the sponsor names be Justice for Micah crossed my mind. It would be a sea of purple on the golf course, minus the red of John Paul's face. From anger, not embarrassment, because I'm convinced he is not capable of such. If the money wasn't going to the school and ultimately John Paul's tiny fist, it might be worth it. With the church attendance declining and the faculty at the school being less than bare bones, it's possible F.First won't be able to have school this fall. I think that would be the best thing the school has done. I have verified that Now Kids, which was the after-school program at F.First, has moved and is now under their own LLC and have filed to be an independent nonprofit with the IRS. They are no longer associated with Solid Rock Church.
Wow.
Reginald Wayne and John Paul Miller should have chosen different career paths. I'd say the Mafia would have been a good fit because they adore having power. But I think their fellow Mafians or Mafiites or whatever they're called would get so sick of those two whining about everything and writing emails to news organizations when they don't get their way. They'd probably off them pretty quickly. Well, that makes one think, doesn't it? I think John Paul has desperately tried to succeed in the ways his father failed. But John Paul, you suck at it just as much as Daddy Miller did. And you know why? Because you're just like him.
Aww.
I don't know if the school is under investigation, but I would think that if the FBI is taking a look at the church's finances,
Come on.
they'll have a look at the schools as well.
Yeah.
I would be highly surprised if they even keep separate books for the two. In fact, I'd be
What's up, Trisha?
highly surprised if they keep books of any kind.
What's up, Trisha?
Trisha is still handwriting checks that look like they're from somebody's grandma's purse from 1982.
Happy birthday, honey.
I don't think their archaic method of check writing is due to a lack of knowledge or the inability to use a bookkeeping program either. I think it's purposely archaic because they think it's harder to track.
I'm telling you right now, I miss those $5 birthday checks from Grandma. I miss you, Grandma. I miss those $5 birthday checks. I miss them. I love them. I appreciate you.
John Paul needs to remember that Al Capone went down for tax evasion, and that was well before the days of QuickBooks. As far as I know, none of the staff is under investigation or are people of interest in any crime. They are innocent until proven guilty, not including the things they've already been found guilty of. I am working on a video about the Duttons, a husband and wife pastor team who are buddies with Reggie Miller and also have horrible taste in graphic design.
Look at that big ring and that blue watch. Damn, you know that blue watch right there, you know it's an expensive watch.
Mm-hmm.
Look at that. I've seen that. I can't remember. It's got to be a Rolex or something because there's certain watches that they have those flashy colors like that, and I know that they ain't cheap, and that guy ain't wearing something that's going to turn his wrist green. You know he's not. No, he's not going to wear something that's going to turn his wrist green. Oh, sorry, Kylie. Yeah, I lost my grandma a few years ago. And I was, those little $5 checks, when you were a kid, it was like, oh, but man, as you get older, you're like, man, that was like the one birthday card that you looked out for was grandma's checks, the $5 checks, and it had the huge like fountain pen type style writing, and it was all like, the whole glamorous type, script writing that came from the older generation. Yeah. So prayers to you, Kylie. It was always the birthday card I looked forward to. We'll see if there's any. And shout out to Agatha May. Appreciate all the videos and everything that she does. We'll go into the Check My Church deleted sermon part 4 and 5. We will go into that on the next show. And I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to see if there's anything breaking real quick that we need to cover for Micah, and just to see if anything came out here. Because sometimes I end the show and then all of a sudden it's like, dang, 30 minutes ago, this?
Yeah.
So, all right. Double checked it. Nothing's coming out. So we will go ahead and continue that stuff on the next episode. Thank you all for hanging out. Thank you, Rosie, for joining us. If you're not subscribed to Rosie, here is her link again. And she just put out another video of walking around Joburg part 2. So go check that out as well. She shows you what South Africa looks like, some of the landscapes. It's a beautiful, beautiful place.
It is. Thank you.
Thank you. And if you want to come back, we'll be back at 5 o'clock Central, 5 to 8. We're going to be hosting Busby and Narc Divers. We're going to be talking about the Sebastian case and a candid conversation after all of our searches were done, and kind of what we think about it all. And I don't know, we might get together for another round of searches here coming up. We'll see. Because the stuff that's been going on out there, and you'll see, we'll kind of go through it. You got Sonar Seth. Trey did a great video breaking down the sonar and what is being used and what is not being used and how you're really supposed to use it. So, the circle searches, people Yoda Leahy hooing or walking around, sitting in their vehicle for 4 or 5 hours when it really only takes them 5 minutes from them walking out their door to get to the location. What's the point of staying in your vehicle for 3 or 4 hours before searching for 30 minutes? We're going to be getting into a lot of it. Jay for Justice did a good video yesterday talking about a lot of the fakeness of the people out there. So definitely come hang out tonight. We're going to be discussing that. And it is sad, Cheryl, that, this is what, when all that stuff went down, they pretty much just, I'm going to keep saying it. They pretty much got rid of the only real search efforts that were going on down there when they did all of these things, not only to myself, but our group. Yeah. Our whole group was included in that, especially me, Busby, and Narked. And, you take away or you push away or you get rid of the only true search efforts that were taking place, because look at everything else. You know what I'm saying? Really, look at everything else that's taken place since we were basically pushed away. Not really any kind of searching. It's fake money click grabs. The show's content creators, money click grabs. Even the people talking shit, it's money click grabs. And the sad part is that it's not about Sebastian. None of it has been about Sebastian since the day that our team left. And we're going to get into that tonight. So thank you all. Appreciate it. Thank you, Rosie. And we will see y'all tonight. And then we'll be back tomorrow night with some more Mike Miller. I got some things that I got to work on tomorrow during the daytime, so I won't be doing a day show, but we will be coming back tomorrow night. We'll probably do a live call in too, if you guys want to call in for tomorrow night. Appreciate you and the giveaway. Appreciate you, Rosie. Thank you all so much. We'll see you in a couple hours. Have a peaceful, positive afternoon, and go get something to fill that tummy, because it's going to be another long show this evening. Appreciate you guys.
Bye.
Is that possible, Sheridan and Wilson?